The emergence of the Great Pagan Army was not a thunderclap from a clear sky, but a storm that gathered on the horizon while the rest of the world was looking the other way. It is a moment where the timeline of history seems to snap, separating the ancient world from the medieval in a spray of sea foam and blood. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. If you're comfortable, go ahead and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. I always love seeing how global our little campfire has become. Now, let's drift back to the windy, grey coast of Northumbria in the late 8th century to understand the sheer psychological shock of what happened in 793 AD. We first have to understand the setting. We are at the monastery of Lindisfarne, often called Holy Island. Even today, it is a place governed by the tides. Twice a day, the North Sea sweeps in and cuts the island off from the mainland, turning it into a secluded sanctuary of rock and grass. In the 8th century, this wasn't just a remote outpost. It was the spiritual heart of the North. It was the resting place of Saint Cuthbert, a man so holy that, according to the monks, the local otters would come out of the water to dry his feet with their fur. The monastery was a center of art and learning. It was here that the famous Lindisfarne Gospels were created, masterpieces of intricate knotwork and Latin script, written on vellum made from hundreds of calfskins. The monks who lived here believed they were safe. After all, they were protected by two very powerful things: the spiritual aura of Saint Cuthbert, which should have terrified any intruder, and the physical barrier of the ocean. In the Anglo-Saxon worldview, the sea was a wall. It was a chaotic, dangerous border that separated the ordered world of men from the unknown. You didn't come from the sea unless you were a trader or a fool. You certainly didn't launch an invasion from it. But history has a funny way of ignoring what people think is supposed to happen. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is our primary diary for this era, sets the mood with some wonderfully grim foreshadowing. For the year 793, it records, "Here were dreadful forewarnings come over the land of Northumbria, and woefully terrified the people. These were amazing sheets of lightning and whirlwinds, and fiery dragons were seen flying in the sky." Now, modern meteorologists might suggest these fiery dragons were actually the aurora borealis, or perhaps a meteor shower. But to the medieval mind, the universe was sending a very clear message. Something bad was coming. On the 8th of June, that something arrived. It began with a shape on the horizon, then another, then another. These weren't the clumsy, round-bottomed merchant vessels the monks were used to seeing bobbing along the coast. These were long, sleek predators. We call them longships today, or drakkar. But the engineering behind them was the real terror. They had a shallow draft, meaning they could skim over just a few feet of water. They didn't need a deep harbor. They could slide right up onto a sandy beach. They were powered by large, square sails, likely woven from wool and strengthened with leather strips. And when the wind died, they had rows of oarsmen, men who had been hardened by the rough, freezing waters of the Scandinavia. The men on board were not yet known as Vikings. That word, a verb, really, meaning to go on a raid, would come later in the popular imagination. At this point, the English chronicles simply referred to them as Northmen or heathens. and they were physically imposing. Forensic archaeology tells us that these early Scandinavian raiders were generally taller than the average Anglo-Saxon, well fed on a high-protein diet of fish and meat. They took pride in their appearance too. Contrary to the dirty barbarian stereotype, they bathed weekly, combed their hair, and wore colorful tunics. They looked like terrifyingly well-groomed tourists who had taken a wrong turn and decided to burn the hotel down. When the keels of those ships grounded on the soft sand of Lindisfarne, the sound of wood scraping on grit marked the end of the golden age of Northumbria. The monks, likely in the middle of their daily offices or perhaps tending to the sheep, would have gone out to greet them. Hospitality was a sacred duty after all. You didn't shoot arrows at strangers, you offered them bread and ale. The Northmen, however, were not interested in bread. They were interested in the shiny things. Lindisfarne, like many monasteries, acted as a sort of divine bank vault. Kings and nobles would give gifts of gold, silver, and jewels to the church to ensure the safety of their souls. To a Viking raider who operated in a culture where status was determined by the distribution of wealth and ring-giving, a monastery was a baffling concept. Here was a building full of treasure, guarded by men who refused to carry weapons, located on an island with no walls. It must have looked like a gift from Odin himself. The raid was swift and brutal. The chronicle says, "The ravages of heathen men miserably destroyed God's church on Lindisfarne with plunder and slaughter. The monks were cut down where they stood. Some were drowned in the sea, perhaps for sport, or perhaps simply to get them out of the way. The raiders stripped the gold from the altar, took the jeweled covers off the holy books, and raided the reliquaries. They cracked open the shrines of saints, dumping the holy bones onto the floor to get at the gilded caskets that held them." It's important to note that the Vikings weren't doing this out of religious hatred. They weren't anti-Christian. They were just pro-silver. They likely viewed the Christian God as weak. If his house could be robbed so easily, and his servants slaughtered without a thunderbolt striking the raiders dead, then he clearly wasn't a god worth worrying about. To the Vikings, this was a low-risk, high-reward business venture. But to the Anglo-Saxons, and indeed to all of Christendom, it was an apocalypse. The news traveled fast, carried by terrified survivors and messengers on horseback. It reached the scholar Alcuin, a Northumbrian native who was living in the court of Charlemagne in Francia. Alcuin's letters give us a window into the sheer panic of the time. He wrote, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have now suffered from a pagan race, nor was it thought that such an inroad from the sea could be made." Alcuin, being a man of his time, naturally assumed this was the victim's fault. He didn't blame the lack of coastal defenses or the superior naval technology of the Danes. He blamed the fashion choices of the Northumbrian nobility. He scolded the king of Northumbria, suggesting that the raid was God's punishment because the English men had started cutting their hair in the Viking style and wearing excessive jewelry. It's a very human reaction, isn't it? Trying to find a moral reason for a senseless tragedy. If we just stop wearing the wrong tunics, the sea wolves won't come back. But the raid on Lindisfarne wasn't a one-off punishment for bad haircuts. It was a test run. The Northmen returned home with ships sitting low in the water, weighed down by gold crosses and silver chalices. They brought back slaves, monks who were likely sold in the markets of the East, or used for labor on Scandinavian farms. And most importantly, they brought back a story. They told their kinsmen that England was rich, divided, and incredibly soft. The psychological impact on England cannot be overstated. The monasteries were the safe places. They were the anchors of reality. If Lindisfarne could burn, nowhere was safe. It shattered the illusion of security that the sea had provided for centuries. The ocean was no longer a wall. It was a highway, and the traffic was coming one way. In the immediate aftermath, the monks who survived returned to the island. They cleaned up the blood, gathered the scattered bones of St. Cuthbert, and tried to resume their prayers. But the silence of Lindisfarne had changed. It wasn't the peaceful silence of contemplation anymore. It was the heavy, anxious silence of holding one's breath. Every time the wind changed, every time a shadow moved across the water, eyes would dart to the horizon. This event, this lightning, was the spark. It signaled the beginning of what historians call the Viking Age. The raiders had learned that the British Isles were essentially a large, unguarded warehouse. The heathen men had tasted easy victory, and they found it very much to their liking. The dragons had been seen flying in the sky, and now the wolves were at the door. For a few decades, the raids would be sporadic, terrifying bursts of violence like summer storms. But the Northmen were learning. They were mapping the coastlines, learning the tides, and understanding the political fractures of the English kingdoms. The lightning strike at Lindisfarne was just the flash. The thunder was still rolling across the North Sea, getting louder and closer. And when the full storm finally arrived, it wouldn't just be looking for silver cups. It would be looking for land, for crowns, and for blood. The sun set on Lindisfarne in June of 793, leaving the great library of the north in ruins, the smell of smoke drifting over the cold water. The English prayed for deliverance, chanting, A furore Normanorum libera nos Domine. From the fury of the Northmen, deliver us, O Lord. But as we look back, we know that the Lord was not going to close the sea. The gates were open. The Viking Age had officially begun. The terror didn't end with the smoke clearing over Lindisfarne. In fact, the aftermath was almost worse because the English were waiting for the second shoe to drop. And drop it did, though not quite in the way the invincible demons of the north might have hoped. Just a year after the sack of Holy Island, in 794 AD, the longships appeared again. This time, their prows were pointed at Jarrow, another illustrious monastic center just down the coast. It was the home of the Venerable Bede, the father of English history. And much like Lindisfarne, it was fat with silver and short on guards. But here, history gives us a little smirk, reminding us that the Vikings weren't supernatural monsters. They were just men in boats, and men in boats are subject to the weather. When the raiders hit Jarrow, things went wrong. The English were ready, or at least readier than they had been. The local militia put up a fight, but the real hero was the North Sea itself. A violent storm smashed the Viking fleet as they tried to land or perhaps retreat. Ships were shattered against the jagged coastline. The raiders who washed ashore weren't treated as terrifying emissaries of the apocalypse this time. They were treated as shipwrecked invaders. The locals met them on the beach and killed them to a man. The Viking leader, a figure lost to history, was captured and given a gruesome death. For a moment, the English must have exhaled. They had seen the devils bleed. They had seen the sea wolves drown just like anyone else. It seemed to confirm that God was back on their side, punishing the heathens for their audacity. But this victory at Jarrow was a deceptive false dawn. It didn't stop the Viking Age, it just shifted its geography. Realizing that Northumbria was alerted and the weather was unpredictable, the raiders turned their attention north and west, toward the misty, fragmented isles of Scotland and Ireland. The monastery of Iona, a sacred island in the Hebrides founded by St. Columba, became the new target. Unlike the single shock of Lindisfarne, Iona was subjected to a slow, grinding martyrdom. The Vikings hit Iona in 795. Then they came back in 802, and again in 806. The raid of 806 was particularly horrific. The community was decimated, with 68 monks slaughtered on the white sands of Martyrs Bay, a name that grimly stuck. This wasn't just theft anymore. It was an erasure of safety. The psychological toll on the monks of Iona was so profound that they eventually packed up their greatest treasures, including the unfinished Book of Kells, and fled across the sea to Ireland, seeking refuge inland. You can almost see them, huddled in small boats, clutching their reliquaries and manuscripts, looking back at the plumes of smoke rising from their holy island, wondering if there was anywhere left on earth that was out of reach of the longships. This period, from the late 700s through the first few decades of the 800s, is defined by this hit-and-run warfare. The Vikings were operating like a chaotic, decentralized piracy network. There was no king of the Vikings directing troops from a central command room in Norway. These were independent jarls, younger sons, and opportunists. They were practicing strandhug, a shoreline slaughter where you land, grab the cattle, grab the people, burn the houses, and are back at sea before the local lord can even put his boots on. It's fascinating to look at the reaction of the Anglo-Saxon kings during this time. We often wonder, why didn't they build a navy? It seems obvious to us. If the bad guys come by boat, build boats to stop them. But England wasn't England yet. It was a patchwork of rival kingdoms: Northumbria, Mercia, Wessex, East Anglia, all constantly fighting each other. To the king of Mercia, a Viking raid on Northumbria wasn't a national tragedy. It was a convenient weakening of a rival. There was no unified response because there was no unity. Furthermore, the Vikings were technically brilliant. Their ships were the stealth bombers of the 9th century. Because of that shallow draft I mentioned earlier, they could sail up rivers that other ships couldn't touch. They could bypass coastal forts and strike deep inland, appearing in the middle of a quiet meadow miles from the sea. How do you defend against an enemy who can appear anywhere, anytime, and vanish just as quickly? There is a famous, almost tragicomic story from roughly this time, recorded in the Chronicles, that perfectly encapsulates the confusion. It happened at Portland on the south coast of Wessex. The King's Reeve, essentially a local sheriff and tax collector, saw 3 ships land. Being a diligent bureaucrat, he assumed they were merchants from Francia, or perhaps Frisia. He rode down to the beach, likely with a small entourage, and commanded them to come to the royal villa to pay their customs taxes. He thought he was collecting a tariff. The Vikings thought he was delivering himself. They killed him on the spot. It was the first recorded Viking attack in Wessex, and it started because of a misunderstanding about import duties. It highlights just how alien this threat was. The English were operating under the rules of civilized commerce, The Northmen were operating under the rules of the wolf pack. As we move into the 830s and 840s, the wolves from the sea began to change their behavior. The sporadic raids turned into a season. We start to see the formation of larger fleets. Instead of 3 or 4 ships, we hear reports of 30, 50, or even hundreds. In 842, a massive raid struck Quentovich in Francia and then swung across to hit Southampton, Winchester, and London. London, even then a key trading port, Lundenwich, was burned. The Vikings were no longer afraid of the major population centers. They weren't just picking off lonely monks on rocks. They were sacking cities. What drove this escalation? It was a feedback loop of success. The wealth pouring back into Scandinavia was destabilizing their own society. A successful raid brought silver, which bought loyalty, which allowed a chieftain to build more ships and recruit more men, which required even more silver to maintain. The economy of the Viking world was becoming an addiction to English loot. We also have to consider the role of the slave trade. While the chronicles focus on the gold and the reliquaries, the human cost was staggering. Thousands of Anglo-Saxons were captured and funneled into the vast slave markets of the Viking world, ending up as far away as Baghdad or Constantinople. If you were a peasant working the fields in East Anglia, the fear wasn't just death. It was being dragged onto a wooden boat and waking up in a different world, property of a stranger speaking a tongue that sounded like stones rattling in a bucket. By the 850s, the dynamic shifted again. A crucial, ominous threshold was crossed. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle for the year 851 records. The heathens, for the first time, remained over winter. This is the moment the hair should stand up on the back of your neck. Before this, the Vikings were migratory. They raided in the summer, when the seas were calm, and went home to Scandinavia for the harvest and the winter freeze. But in 851, they didn't go home. They set up a fortified camp on the Isle of Thanet, off the coast of Kent. They were getting comfortable. They were realizing that the English winter, while wet and miserable, was significantly milder than a Norwegian one. Why risk the dangerous voyage home when you could just stay, eat the English peasants' food, and be ready to start raiding again the moment the snow melted? This overwintering was the signal that the age of piracy was ending, and the age of colonization was beginning. The wolves weren't just hunting anymore. They were looking for a den. It is in this shadowy period that we find the semi-mythical figure of Ragnar Lothbrok. Now, separating the man from the myth is nearly impossible. He is likely a composite of several different Viking warlords, but his legend is the engine that drives the next phase of history. The sagas tell us he was a scourge of both France and England, a man who sought fame even greater than his sons. The story goes that Ragnar was eventually shipwrecked in Northumbria and captured by King Aella. Aella, not realizing the can of worms he was opening, supposedly threw Ragnar into a pit of vipers. As the snakes bit him, Ragnar is said to have laughed, reciting a poem that ended with the chilling prophecy. How the little piglets would grunt if they knew how the old boar suffers. The old boar was Ragnar. The piglets were his sons, Ivar the Boneless, Ubba, and Halfdan. Whether or not the snake pit ever happened is almost irrelevant. What matters is that by 865, the mood in Scandinavia had shifted. The hit-and-run tactics were abandoned. The disjointed raids of individual jarls were replaced by a singular, terrifying purpose. The Northmen stopped fighting each other and turned their collective gaze west. The monastics of Jarrow and Iona had faced the squalls. The coasts of Wessex had weathered the high tides. But the English kings, busy with their petty feuds and internal boundaries, had no idea that a tsunami was building in the dark water across the sea. The piglets had heard the grunt of the boar, and they were done playing with merchant ships. They were coming for the land itself. In the year 865, the nature of the nightmare changed. Up until this point, if you were an Anglo-Saxon living near the coast, your fear was sharp, sudden, and temporary. It was the fear of a lightning strike. You worried about a ship appearing at dawn, burning your barn, stealing your chalice, and vanishing before lunch. But in 865, the horizon didn't just spawn a few ships, it darkened with them. A forest of masts appeared off the coast of East Anglia, so dense that it must have looked like the pine forests of Scandinavia had uprooted themselves and floated across the sea. This was not a raiding party. This was the Heathen here, the Great Heathen Army. The terminology here is important. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle usually referred to Viking forces as Loth, a gang, or Sip here, a ship army. But for this force, they used the word Meisel, meaning great or large. It implies a scale that the English had never seen before. Historians have argued for centuries about the exact numbers. Was it 500 men? 1,000? 5,000? In the context of the 9th century, where a battle might involve a few dozen guys shoving each other in a muddy field, a force of even 3,000 professional warriors was essentially a nuclear weapon. They didn't land in Northumbria to avenge Ragnar immediately, nor did they strike at the wealthy ports of the south. They chose East Anglia. It was a tactical masterstroke. East Anglia was a boggy, flat kingdom, somewhat isolated from the rest of England by the vast wetlands of the fens. It was wealthy enough to be worth squeezing, but militarily weaker than the powerhouses of Mercia or Wessex. When the keels grounded on the East Anglian mud, the Vikings didn't rush out with torches burning. They unloaded quietly. They set up camp. They were methodical. This wasn't a frenzied grab for loot. It was an invasion. And at the head of this army rode the piglets of the legend, though the term hardly does justice to the terrifying reality of the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok. Foremost among them was Ivar the Boneless. Ivar is one of those historical figures who feels more like a ghost story than a man. His nickname, In Bainlauzi, has puzzled historians and medical experts for a millennium. Did he have osteogenesis imperfecta, brittle bone disease? Was he born with malformed legs, carried into battle on a shield like a pagan idol? Or was boneless a mistranslation of a word meaning legless in the sense of sexual impotence? Or, perhaps most terrifyingly, was he double-jointed, possessing a snake-like fluidity in combat that made it seem as if he had no bones at all? Whatever the medical reality, the sagas and chronicles agree on his mind. Ivar was the strategist. In a culture that fetishized brute strength and the berserker rage, Ivar was cool, calculating, and cruel. He was the architect of the great army's movements. Alongside him was Ubba, a man described with less nuance and more dread, often associated with the darker, sorcerous elements of paganism. And then there was Halfdan, a kingly figure who seemed to have his eyes on the crown, as much as the plunder. The reaction of the East Anglians to this arrival was a lesson in pragmatism. King Edmund of East Anglia, seeing this city of tents and ships erupt on his coastline, realized he couldn't fight them. Not yet. So, he did something that would become a tragic pattern in English history. He tried to buy peace. But the Great Heathen Army didn't want gold. They had plenty of gold. They wanted mobility. They demanded horses. This is a pivotal moment in military history. The Vikings were sailors. They were infantry. They fought on foot in a shield wall, a dense formation of overlapping wooden rounds that acted like a tank tread of men. They didn't have a cavalry tradition. Yet, Ivar recognized that in England, speed was everything. If they wanted to strike deep into the heart of the country, they couldn't be trudging along muddy Roman roads at 3 miles an hour. They needed to move faster than the English news could travel. The East Anglians, likely gritting their teeth, handed over their horses. It must have been a surreal sight. Giant, bearded Norsemen, used to the rolling deck of a longship, awkwardly climbing onto the backs of smaller English ponies and farm horses. They didn't fight from horseback. They lacked the stirrups and the training for shock cavalry charges. But they used the horses as dragoons. They would ride furiously to the battlefield, dismount, form their shield wall, fight, and then ride away before the enemy could regroup. They spent the winter of 865 in East Anglia. Just imagine the tension in the air. A massive army of foreign warriors camped right next door, eating your food, riding your horses, and sharpening their axes while staring at you. It was a cold peace. The East Anglians were essentially hostages in their own kingdom, praying that when spring came, the wolves would leave. And when spring did come, the wolves did leave, but they didn't go home. In late 866, the Great Heathen Army broke camp. They mounted their new horses and rode north. They bypassed the petty defenses of the Midlands, cutting through the country like a knife. Their target was Northumbria. Now, Northumbria in 866 was the perfect victim. It was a kingdom in the middle of a civil war. 2 rival kings, Osbert and Aila, the same Aila from the snake pit legend, if you believe the stories, were busy fighting each other for the throne. They were so consumed by their internal hatred that they didn't notice the apocalypse riding up the old Roman road towards York. The Vikings arrived at York, Eoforwic, as the Anglians called it, on November 1st, All Saints' Day. It was another strategic masterstroke by Ivar. He knew that on a holy feast day, the leaders would be in church, the guards would be relaxed or drunk, and the city would be distracted by the solemnity of the occasion. The Great Heathen Army stormed York with barely a fight. They simply walked in and took the capital of the north. The Roman walls, which had stood for centuries, were now manned by Danes. It was only after York had fallen that the 2 rival Northumbrian kings, Osbert and Aila, realized they had a bigger problem than each other. In a rare moment of sanity, they agreed to a truce. They joined their forces, which must have been an awkward conversation, and marched on York to retake the city in early 867. The battle that followed was a catastrophe for the English. The Northumbrians managed to breach the walls of York, which sounds like a success, but it was actually a trap. Once they were inside the narrow, twisting streets of the city, their numbers meant nothing. The Vikings, masters of close-quarters combat, trapped them. The chronicle describes it simply and brutally. There was an excessive slaughter made of the Northumbrians, some within, some without. Both kings, Osbert and Aela, were killed. The death of Aela brings us to one of the most controversial and gruesome footnotes of the Viking Age, the Blood Eagle. According to later Norse sagas, Ivar didn't just kill Aela in battle. He wanted vengeance for his father, Ragnar. The sagas describe a ritual execution where the victim was prone, their ribs were severed from the spine and pulled open like wings, and their lungs were pulled out to drape over the shoulders, so the dying man would look like a bloody eagle. Historians today are deeply divided on this. Some say it's a literary invention, a misunderstanding of poetic metaphors in skaldic verse. Others argue that in a culture that valued terrifying displays of dominance, it's entirely possible. Whether it happened literally or not, the story of it served its purpose. It told the rest of England that these weren't just raiders looking for silver. These were conquerors looking to dismantle the very structure of English kingship. With the Northumbrian kings dead and their army destroyed, the North collapsed. The Great Heathen Army didn't just loot York, they moved in. They installed a puppet king, a man named Egbert, who was essentially a tax collector for the Danes, and they began to transform the city. This shift from 865 to 867 is the turning point. In 2 years, the Great Heathen Army had effectively decapitated the kingdom of Northumbria. They had proven that the English kingdoms, divided and slow to react, could not stand against a unified, mobile, and professional force. The Summer Army had become the Winter Army, and now it was the Conquering Army. They controlled the north. They had a base of operations in York that was defensible, wealthy, and strategically located, and they still had their horses. As the smoke cleared over York, the eyes of Ivar the Boneless turned south again. He looked toward Mercia, the powerful kingdom of the Midlands. He looked toward East Anglia, where King Edmund was likely regretting his decision to give them horses. The invasion was no longer a threat, it was a reality. The Great Heathen Army had carved a chunk out of England, and they were hungry for more. The psychological impact on the remaining free kingdoms, Mercia and Wessex, was devastating. The old order, where God appointed kings and victory was assured to the righteous, was breaking down. The heathens were winning, and they were winning easily. As the year 867 faded into 868, the great army sat in York, consolidating their power. They were minting coins. They were taking wives. They were becoming part of the landscape. The storm had made landfall, and the floodwaters were rising. The question was no longer, will they leave? But, who is next? The Great Heathen Army did not stay in the north forever. Like a swarm of locusts that has stripped a field bare, they eventually felt the urge to move to greener, or perhaps just different pastures. After breaking the back of Northumbria and installing their puppet regime in York, the eyes of the leadership, Ivar the Boneless and his brother Ubba, turned south once again. It was the year 869. The army rode their stolen horses back down the old Roman roads, bypassing the muddy heart of Mercia for the moment, and returned to the place where their invasion had begun. East Anglia. You have to feel a certain sympathy for King Edmund of East Anglia. 4 years earlier, he had done the smart thing. He had given the Vikings horses. He had provided them with winter quarters. He had essentially paid them to go away and bother someone else. And it had worked for a while. They had gone north and destroyed Northumbria. But now they were back, and the deal had changed. The Vikings were no longer looking for a launch pad. They were looking for a kingdom. They set up their winter camp at Thetford. It was a strategic choice, sitting on the border between the wild fens and the accessible chalklands. From here, they began to ravage the countryside. The chronicle tells us simply that they rode across Mercia into East Anglia and took winter quarters at Thetford. Poverty, but behind that dry sentence lies the burning of villages, the looting of monasteries like Ely and Soham, and the complete dismantling of the local economy. King Edmund was faced with an impossible choice. He could pay them again, draining his treasury and likely becoming a puppet like the wretch Egbert in York. Or he could fight. Edmund was young, devout, and by all accounts, brave. He chose to fight. The armies met in November 869. The exact location is often debated, but tradition places it at Hoxton, pronounced Hoxton, in Suffolk. We don't have the tactical details of the battle, no maps of flank movements or cavalry charges. We just have the outcome. The East Anglian Fyrd, the local militia of farmers and thanes, was smashed. The Great Heathen Army, hardened by years of constant warfare and fueled by the momentum of their victories in the north, rolled over the East Anglians like a tide. What happens next moves from the realm of military history into the realm of hagiography, the writing of saints' lives. But in the medieval mind, and indeed in the memory of the English people, this story is as real as the battle itself. It defines the spiritual resistance against the Viking onset. The primary source for the death of Edmund comes from a monk named Abbo of Fleury, who wrote about a century later. He claims to have heard the story from the aged Archbishop Dunstan, who in turn heard it from an extremely old man who had been Edmund's own sword-bearer. It's a game of historical telephone, but the details are so vivid, so gruesome, and so symbolic that they stuck. According to the legend, Edmund was captured after the battle. He was brought before Ivar the Boneless. Now, picture the scene. You have the pious, clean-shaven Christian king, likely in torn mail, standing before the legendary Viking warlord. Ivar, presumably lounging in a chair or on a chest, offered Edmund a deal. Renounce your faith, become a vassal of the Danes, and you can keep your life and a portion of your kingdom. Edmund refused. He supposedly replied that he would never submit to a heathen unless that heathen first submitted to Christ. Ivar was not known for his patience with theological debates. He ordered Edmund to be tied to a tree. The Vikings then used the king for target practice. The chroniclers say they shot at him with arrows until he bristled like a hedgehog, a phrase that appears again and again in the texts. It's a horrific image, the slow, agonizing puncture of the body, not to kill immediately, but to torture. It mirrors the martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, which was likely the point of the comparison. But it also fits the cruel humor attributed to the Danes. Finally, when Edmund was still praying between gasps of pain, Ivar grew bored or perhaps merciful, depending on how you view it. He ordered Edmund's head to be cut off. The deed was done, and the head was thrown into the thick, bramble-choked woods so that his followers couldn't bury him properly. In the Christian tradition, the integrity of the body was important for the resurrection, so separating the head was a final spiritual insult. But the story has a coda that is pure folklore magic. Edmund's followers, creeping back into the woods after the Vikings had moved on, were searching for the king's head. They were calling out, "Where are you?" into the darkness, and from the undergrowth a voice answered, "Here, here, here," in Latin, "Hic, hic, hic." Following the voice, they found the head. It wasn't just lying on the ground. It was being guarded by a massive grey wolf. The wolf, a creature usually associated with the Vikings, the sea wolves, was here protecting the Christian martyr. It allowed the men to take the head and then vanished back into the forest. When they placed the head back onto the body for burial, the legend says the flesh knitted back together, leaving only a thin red line around the neck. Whether you believe in talking heads and guardian wolves is beside the point. The political reality was that the native royal line of East Anglia was extinguished. Edmund was the last of the Woffingas dynasty. His death meant there was no rallying point for the resistance. The Vikings didn't just win a battle, they decapitated the state. Ivar and Ubba had achieved something remarkable. In less than 5 years, they had erased 2 of the 4 major Anglo-Saxon kingdoms from the map. Northumbria was a puppet state. East Anglia was a conquered province. The Great Heathen Army was essentially undefeated. The martyrdom of Edmund had a fascinating, unintended consequence. He became an instant superstar. The Vikings might have killed the man, but they created a cult. St. Edmund became one of the patron saints of England, before St. George took over that gig much later. Even the Vikings, a generation later, would start minting coins with his name on them, St. Edmund memorial coinage. It's a strange irony. The people who killed him eventually started praying to him. It speaks to the weird, fluid nature of this conflict, where culture and religion were constantly bleeding into one another. But back in the winter of 869, there was no integration. There was only fear. The Great Heathen Army spent the winter in East Anglia, consuming the wealth of the land. They were now the masters of the entire eastern seaboard of England, from the Tyne in the north to the Thames in the south. The psychological pressure on the remaining kingdoms, Mercia and Wessex, was immense. They were watching the dominoes fall. First the north, now the east. The map of English England was shrinking. It was being colored in with the dark stain of the Danelaw, piece by piece. And what of the architects of this destruction? The records get a little hazy here. After the death of Edmund, Ivar the Boneless largely disappears from the English Chronicle. Some say he went to Ireland to rule in Dublin, where he died a few years later. Described as the king of all the Norsemen of Ireland and Britain, he died peacefully, which seems unfair given the chaos he caused, but history rarely deals in poetic justice for warlords. Ubba remained, as did other leaders like Guthrum, a name we will get to know very well soon. The leadership was shifting, but the appetite of the army was not. They had digested East Anglia. They had rested in Thetford. And as the campaigning season of 870 approached, they turned their eyes west. To the west lay Mercia, the kingdom of the Marches. It was the giant of the 8th century, the kingdom of the Great Offa, who had built the dike. But Mercia was tired. It was squeezed. And now it had the Great Heathen Army on its doorstep, flushed with victory and carrying the blood of St. Edmund on their axes. The summer army prepared to move again. The terror that had started with a single raid on Lindisfarne had now matured into a systematic conquest. The wolves were no longer just at the door. They were in the living room, and they were deciding which room to take next. The conquest of East Anglia wasn't just a defeat. It was a signal that the heathen army was here to stay. They weren't visitors. They were the new landlords. While the Great Heathen Army was busy turning East Anglia into a graveyard and eyeing the rest of the south like a buffet, something arguably more significant was happening back up north. The fire that had consumed the Northumbrian kings in York hadn't just burned itself out, it had hardened into something permanent. We often focus on the battles because they are exciting, swords clashing, shield walls breaking. But the real conquest happens after the shouting stops. It happens when the invaders put down their axes and pick up hammers. This brings us back to York, or as the Anglo-Saxons called it, Eoforwic. When the Vikings first stormed the city in 866, it was a crumbling relic of the Roman Empire. The stone walls left by the legions were still impressive, but the city inside was a shadow of its former imperial glory. It was an ecclesiastical center, quiet, serious, and dusty. But once the Vikings secured their grip, they didn't just occupy the city, they reinvented it. They grabbed Eoforwic by the scruff of the neck and shook it until it became Jorvik. The transformation was visceral. If you could time travel to York in the year 875, the first thing that would hit you wouldn't be the sight of a longship. It would be the smell. Jorvik was an assault on the senses. It smelled of wood smoke, unwashed wool, tanning leather, rotting fish, and the rich, organic funk of thousands of people living in close quarters with their animals. It was dirty, crowded, and utterly alive. The Vikings, realizing the strategic value of the site, began a massive urban redevelopment project. They ignored the old Roman street grid, which was likely buried under centuries of debris anyway, and laid out new streets. These weren't the paved boulevards of the Caesars. They were narrow, winding alleys paved with timber planks or wattle hurdles to keep feet out of the mud. This is where the famous Copper Gate comes in. Today, it's a shopping center and a museum. But in the late 9th century, the Street of the Cup Makers, Koparigata, was the beating heart of the Industrial Revolution of the Viking Age. Archaeology tells us a fascinating story here. The houses in Jorvik were long, rectangular structures made of wattle and daub, woven sticks plastered with mud and dung, with thatched roofs. They were sunk slightly into the ground to conserve heat. Inside, they were dark and smoky, with a central hearth that never really went out. But what's amazing is what was happening inside these houses. They weren't just homes, they were factories. One house might be processing amber from the Baltic, turning raw resin into glowing beads. The next might be working jet, a black gemstone found on the cliffs of Whitby. Another might be a comb maker, sawing antlers into intricate, double-sided combs that were the Swiss army knives of personal grooming. This is the side of the Vikings we rarely see in movies. They were obsessive craftsmen. A Viking warrior wanted his sword hilt to be beautiful, his cloak pinned to be flashy, and his hair to be combed. Jorvik became the manufacturing hub that supplied these needs. And because it was a hub, the world came to Jorvik. This is the multicultural aspect that surprises people. The Vikings were the FedEx of the Dark Ages. Their trade networks stretched from the ice of Greenland to the sands of Baghdad. In the markets of Jorvik, you wouldn't just find local wool and grain. You would find silk from Byzantium, cowrie shells from the Red Sea, wine from the Rhineland, and quern stones from the lava fields of the Rhineland. We have found a cowrie shell in York that originated in the Gulf of Aden. Just think about the journey that little shell took to end up in the mud of a Viking street in northern England. It passed through Arab dhows, camel caravans, Russian riverboats, and North Sea knarrs. Jorvik wasn't a backwater. It was plugged into the global economy. But the most profound change wasn't in the goods. It was in the people. After the initial slaughter of the conquest, a strange thing happened. The killing stopped, and the living started. The Viking warriors didn't stay in a separate, fenced-off camp. They moved in. They married local women. They had children. We see a hybridization of culture that is almost seamless. The language began to morph. Old Norse and Old English were cousins, Germanic languages that shared a lot of DNA. When a Viking asked for bread, broad, and an Anglo-Saxon asked for bread, they understood each other. Over time, the grammar simplified to accommodate this bilingual society. Many of the words we use in English today, sky, window, egg, knife, take, hit, they, them, are Norse words that took root in the mud of Jorvik. Every time you say they are, you are speaking a little bit of Viking. This cultural merger extended to religion too. We find coins minted in Jorvik that show the hammer of Thor on one side and the name of Saint Peter on the other. It's a classic case of hedging your bets. Why offend the new god when you can just add him to the roster? The Vikings were pragmatists. If the Christian god helped the trade flow, he was welcome in Jorvik. However, the political situation was still volatile. The puppet king Egbert had eventually been kicked out by the locals, and for a while there was chaos. But in 876, the hammer dropped again. Halfdan, one of the original leaders of the Great Heathen Army, one of the brothers of Ivar the Boneless, returned to Northumbria. He had been down south, fighting in Wessex, and then up north, fighting the Picts. But he decided it was time to cash out. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records this moment with a sentence that marks the true end of the kingdom of Northumbria and the birth of the Danelaw. And that year, Halfdan shared out the land of the Northumbrians, and they proceeded to plough and to support themselves. They proceeded to plough. That is the most terrifying sentence in the whole chronicle if you are an Anglo-Saxon nationalist. Raiders burn and leave. Occupiers garrison and tax. But men who plough, they aren't going anywhere. Halfdan dissolved the old estates of the Northumbrian nobility and handed them out to his veterans. The sword thanes became landlords. The crew of a longship became the council of a village. We can still see this on the map today. Any place name in northern England that ends in by, Whitby, Grimsby, Selby, or Thorpe, Scunthorpe, or Thwaite indicates a Viking settlement. These were the farms carved out by Halfdan's men. This was the death knell for the idea of a purely Anglo-Saxon England. Northumbria was gone. In its place was a Viking kingdom that would last, in one form or another, for nearly a century. Jorvik was its capital, a city where the kings spoke Norse. The coiners stamped Thor's name on silver, and the streets bustled with traders from the edge of the known world. The wolves from the sea had shed their fur and put on the tunics of farmers and merchants. They had successfully transitioned from an army of destruction to a society of construction, and while the kings of Wessex were still sleeping in their boots, terrified of the next raid, the Vikings in Jorvik were planting crops, raising kids, and getting very, very rich. The north was secure. The east was conquered. The Great Heathen Army had effectively cut the island in half. Now, the heavy gaze of history turned to the only kingdom left standing with any real strength. The only thing standing between the Vikings and total domination of the island was the Kingdom of Mercia, and beyond it, the last holdout, Wessex. If you were a betting man in the year 800 AD, placing a wager on which English kingdom would survive the longest, you would have put your entire purse on Mercia. It was the heavyweight champion of the Heptarchy. It was the Kingdom of Offa, the man who had built a dike so massive it still defines the border between England and Wales today. Mercia controlled the rich heartlands, the trade routes of London, and the fertile river valleys of the Trent. It was the Kingdom of the Marches, a state forged in border warfare and governed by men who knew how to swing a sword. But by the 870s, the giant was stumbling. The collapse of Mercia is not a story of a single dramatic battle like the slaughter at York or the martyrdom in East Anglia. It is a story of exhaustion. It is a story of a kingdom being bled dry, coin by silver coin, acre by acre, until the will to resist simply evaporated. It is a slow-motion car crash that took nearly a decade to unfold, watched with horror by the rest of the island. The trouble really began in 868, just after the fall of York. The Great Heathen Army, led by Ivar and Ubba, moved south and seized Nottingham. This was a direct insult to Mercian sovereignty. King Burgred of Mercia, realizing he was outmatched, did something unprecedented. He called for help. He sent messengers south to his brother-in-law, King Ethelred of Wessex, and his young prince brother, a man named Alfred. This was a historic moment. The two great rivals, Mercia and Wessex, joined forces against the common enemy. The West Saxon army marched north, joining the Mercians outside the walls of Nottingham. It should have been the turning point. The combined might of Christian England was arrayed against the pagan invaders. They had the numbers. They had the moral high ground, but nothing happened. The Vikings, sitting comfortably inside the fortified walls of Nottingham, simply refused to come out and fight. They knew the English couldn't storm the walls without taking massive casualties, and they knew that a feudal army couldn't stay in the field forever. Farmers needed to harvest. Thanes needed to go home. So, the Great Heathen Army just waited. Eventually, the alliance fractured. The West Saxons went home, and King Burgred, humiliated and desperate, opened his treasury. He paid the Vikings to leave. This payment is what history calls the Danegeld. At the time, it felt like a pragmatic solution. Why risk the death of your nobility in a battle when you can just pay a tax and make the problem go away? It's a transaction. But the problem with paying a blackmailer is that they always know you have money, and they always know you are afraid. By paying the Danegeld, Burgred wasn't buying peace. He was financing his own destruction. The silver he handed over was used to build more ships, buy better weapons, and attract more warriors from Scandinavia. The Vikings took the money and returned to York, but the smell of weakness was in the water. In 871, the situation worsened with the arrival of the Great Summer Army. This was a fresh wave of invaders, led by a king named Bacsek and several jarls, reinforcing the original Great Heathen Army. The pressure on Mercia was now intolerable. The Vikings moved freely through the kingdom, taking winter quarters in London in 872 and Torksey in 873. Each time, the merchants paid them to leave. Each time, the price went up. The endgame came in the winter of 873-874. The Great Army moved to Repton, in the heart of the Trent Valley. Repton wasn't just a strategic location, it was the spiritual solar plexus of Mercia. It was the site of a royal monastery and the mausoleum where the Mercian kings of old were buried. By occupying Repton, the Vikings were sending a clear message. Your ancestors cannot protect you. Your God cannot protect you. We are here. Archaeology at Repton has revealed the grim reality of this occupation. In the 1980s, excavators found a D-shaped fortress built right against the church. Inside, they found a mass grave containing the commingled bones of nearly 300 people, mostly robust men, likely members of the Great Army who had died of disease or wounds over the winter. But the most chilling find was a single grave nearby. It contained a Viking warrior who had died a violent death. A sword cut to the leg had likely severed his femoral artery. He was buried with a Thor's hammer pendant and a sword, but also with something deeply strange: the humerus, upper arm bone of a jackdaw placed between his legs, and a boar's tusk. It suggests a man of high status, buried with pagan ritual right in the shadow of a Christian crypt. It was a desecration and a claim of ownership all at once. King Burgred, watching from his palace, finally broke. He had paid, he had negotiated, he had maneuvered, but the wolves were now sleeping in his family crypt. In 874, the psychological weight became too much. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records his fate with a brevity that borders on contempt. And the same year they drove King Burgred across the sea, after he had held the kingdom 22 years. Burgred didn't die in battle like a hero. He packed his bags and fled to Rome. He spent his final days as a pilgrim in the Eternal City, dying shortly after his arrival. The last independent king of Mercia was buried in the English school in Rome, far from the muddy Trent and the ruin of his kingdom. With the king gone, the Vikings didn't just annex the whole territory immediately. They did something smarter. They hired a manager. They installed a man named Ceolwulf II as king. The chronicle, written by West Saxon scribes who hated him, dismisses Ceolwulf as a foolish king's thane. They paint him as a traitor, a collaborator, a puppet whose strings were pulled by the Danish warlords. The deal was explicit. Ceolwulf swore oaths to the Vikings, gave them hostages, and promised that he would hold the kingdom for them and be ready to answer their call whenever they needed troops. History has been hard on Ceolwulf. Foolish Thane is a sticky label. But modern historians and numismatists, coin experts, have a slightly different take. The coins minted during his reign show him as a legitimate ruler, often appearing alongside Alfred of Wessex as an equal. It's likely that Ceolwulf was from a rival branch of the Mercian royal family, who saw the Vikings not as destroyers, but as power brokers who could help him take the throne he felt he deserved. He was playing a dangerous game, trying to ride the tiger. But the tiger eventually gets hungry. In 877, the Vikings decided they were done with the charade of a unified Mercia. They returned and, as the chronicle puts it, shared out the land. They took the eastern half of the kingdom for themselves. This area, covering the modern counties of Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, and Leicestershire, became the heart of the 5 boroughs of the Danelaw, 5 fortified towns: Derby, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham, Stamford, that would run as independent Viking city-states. Ceolwulf was left with the western rump of Mercia, roughly the West Midlands and the Welsh Marches. He was a king of half a kingdom, a diminished figure ruling over a diminished people. He disappears from history shortly after, likely deposed or dead, his usefulness to the invaders at an end. The collapse of Mercia was a geopolitical earthquake. For 300 years, the politics of England had revolved around the power of the Midlands. Now, that power was broken. The Middle Kingdom was sliced in two. The eastern half was becoming Scandinavian, adopting Danish laws and customs. The western half was a terrified buffer state, looking nervously south toward Wessex. This is the moment where the map of England simplifies terrifyingly. There were no longer four contending kingdoms. There was the Danelaw, a massive, crescent-shaped territory ruled by the invaders. And there was Wessex. The Great Heathen Army had done the impossible. They had dismantled the Anglo-Saxon heptarchy. Northumbria was a Viking farm. East Anglia was a Viking martyr's grave. Mercia was a Viking vassal state. And standing alone, on the other side of the Thames, was a young man named Alfred. He had seen the failure of Mercia at Nottingham. He had seen the futility of paying the Danegeld. He knew that the wolves were done with the appetizer, and they were now looking at the main course. The fall of Mercia proved one thing. You cannot buy safety. You cannot negotiate with a force that wants your land, not just your money. The strategy of containment had failed. The strategy of appeasement had failed. As 874 turned to 875, the Great Army split again. Halfdan went north to settle York, as we discussed. But the other half, the Summer Army, led by a warlord named Guthrum, along with Kings Ossatel and Unwind, turned their heads south. They weren't interested in a puppet king for Wessex. They were coming for the kill. The buffer was gone. The storm that had started at Lindisfarne and swirled through York and Repton was now moving toward the chalk downs of the southwest. The time for paying was over. The time for hiding was over. The last light of Anglo-Saxon England was flickering, and Guthrum was coming to blow it out. By the late 870s, the map of England looked like a piece of parchment that had been held too close to a fire. The edges were charred black, the center was smoldering, and only one small corner remained untouched by the flame. That corner was Wessex, the kingdom of the West Saxons, and standing in the middle of it, holding a bucket of water that looked woefully inadequate, was King Alfred. Alfred is the only English monarch to be given the epithet, the Great. But if you had met him in the winter of 878, you wouldn't have called him great. You probably would have called him a fugitive. The year 878 began with a violation of the unspoken rules of warfare. In the medieval calendar, war had a season. You fought in the spring and summer, when the mud dried up and the days were long. Winter was for feasting, repairing your nets, and praying. Specifically, the 12 days of Christmas were a sacred time of truce and celebration. Guthrum, the Viking warlord who had taken over the leadership of the invasion force, didn't care about the medieval calendar. He cared about winning. Alfred was staying at his royal estate in Chippenham, in Wiltshire. It was 12th night, the Epiphany, the climax of the Christmas festivities. The hall would have been warm, smelling of roasted meat and spiced ale. The guards were likely drunk or asleep, lulled into a false sense of security by the holy day. Outside, the winter darkness was absolute. Then, the doors burst open. Guthrum had marched his army through the freezing midwinter night to catch the King of Wessex in his slippers. The surprise was total. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, usually so stoic, sounds almost breathless describing it. In midwinter after Twelfth Night, the enemy army stole to Chippenham and occupied the land of the West Saxons and settled there, and drove many of the people across the sea, and conquered most of the others, and the people submitted to them, except King Alfred. Except King Alfred. Those three words are the hinge upon which English history turns. Alfred didn't surrender. He didn't flee to Rome like Burgrad of Mercia. He didn't negotiate a puppet status like Ceolwulf. He ran out the back door with a small band of loyal thanes, his personal bodyguard. Alfred vanished into the night. They fled west, away from the populated chalk downs, and into the one place where a heavy infantry army couldn't follow them. They went into the Somerset levels. To understand why this saved him, you have to understand the geography of the levels in the 9th century. Today, it's a beautiful, flat landscape of drained farmland. Back then, it was a primordial swamp. It was a vast, shifting labyrinth of salt marshes, peat bogs, tidal creeks, and alder forests. It was a place where the water and the land were in a constant argument. If you didn't know the safe paths, the causeways that were hidden just inches below the murky water, you didn't just get lost. You drowned in the mud. Alfred retreated to a small island rising out of the swamp called Athelney, the Prince's Island. It wasn't a fortress. It was a patch of dry ground surrounded by impenetrable sludge. This was the nadir of the House of Wessex. The King of England was living like an outlaw in a swamp. He had no army, no treasury, and no capital. The Vikings held Chippenham. They were riding through Wiltshire and Hampshire, accepting the submission of the local lords. As far as anyone knew, Wessex had fallen. The conquest was complete. It is in this desperate, muddy interval that we find the most famous story in Alfred's life, the burning of the cakes. The legend goes that Alfred, traveling alone and incognito to gather intelligence, or perhaps just to clear his head, stopped at a peasant woman's hut. The woman, busy with chores, asked the stranger to watch her cakes, bread loaves, baking by the fire while she went to milk the cow. Alfred, sitting by the hearth, fell into a deep depression, brooding over his lost kingdom and his uncertain future. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't smell the smoke. When the woman came back, the cakes were burnt to a crisp. She yelled at him, screaming that he was useless, happy enough to eat the bread, but too lazy to turn it. And the King of Wessex, the anointed ruler of the people, just took it. He apologized. Now, did this actually happen? Probably not. It appears in later texts and feels like a morality play. But like the Blood Eagle, the truth of the story matters less than the meaning. The story survived because it humanized him. It showed that he had hit rock bottom. He was so stripped of his majesty that a peasant woman could scold him like a naughty child. It symbolizes the complete stripping away of his ego. Before he could become the great, he had to become the guy who burned the toast. But while the legends focus on the cakes, the reality was far grittier. Alfred wasn't just brooding, he was inventing guerrilla warfare. From his base at Athelney, Alfred began to strike back. He didn't try to meet Guthrum in a pitched battle. That would have been suicide. Instead, he and his small band launched hit-and-run raids. They would emerge from the mist, ambush a Viking foraging party, steal their supplies, kill a few stragglers, and then vanish back into the reeds before the main Viking force could react. This accomplished two things. First, it kept his men fed and active, but more importantly, it was a psychological weapon. It told the people of Somerset and Wiltshire that the king was still alive. The resistance hadn't died. The dragon banner of Wessex was still flying, even if it was flying over a swamp. It's hard to overstate how miserable this must have been. They were living rough in the damp winter, sleeping on the ground, always cold, always wet. But this crucible forged a new kind of army. The men who stayed with Alfred weren't fighting for pay, or because the feudal levy demanded it. They were fighting because they believed in him. They were a band of brothers, hardened by adversity. Alfred also used this time to wage an information war. He used the network of local production, the same people Guthrum was trying to tax, to spread the word. Through the spring of 878, messengers crept out of the marshes. They went to the ealdormen of Somerset, Wiltshire, and Hampshire, the local lords who hadn't yet fled or submitted. The message was simple. I am here. Keep your weapons sharp. Wait for the signal. It was a gamble of immense proportions. Alfred was betting that the loyalty of the West Saxons to their native king was stronger than their fear of the Vikings. He was betting that if he called, they would answer. Meanwhile, luck, or perhaps divine providence, handed Alfred a massive favor. Remember Ubba, the brother of Ivar the Boneless? While Guthrum was holding down the fort in Wessex, Ubba had taken a fleet to the coast of Devon, trying to outflank Alfred from the west. It should have been a slaughter. Ubba had over 1,000 men. The local English commander, a thegn named Odda, was trapped on a hill called Sinwit. He had no water and no hope, but instead of surrendering, Odda led a dawn breakout. The English charged down the hill, screaming, and caught the Vikings before they could form their shield wall. Ubba was killed, and crucially, the English captured the Raven Banner. This was a magical totem, a flag woven by the daughters of Ragnar Lothbrok that supposedly flapped its wings when victory was assured and hung limp when defeat was coming. Losing the Raven Banner was a massive blow to Viking morale. It was like losing the Ark of the Covenant. When news of this victory reached Alfred in the marshes, it must have felt like the sun breaking through the clouds. The invaders were mortal. They could be beaten. By May 878, the ground in the marshes was drying out. The time for hiding was over. Alfred decided to roll the dice. He sent out the command to the Fyrd, the levy of free men. The rendezvous point was set at Egber's Stone, a well-known landmark on the border of Wiltshire and Somerset. This was the moment of truth. Alfred rode out of the marshes, leaving the safety of Athelney behind. If no one showed up at Egbert's Stone, he was a dead man. He would be a king without a kingdom, standing alone in a field. But as he approached the meeting place, he saw the dust rising. The chronicle says, all the people of Somerset and of Wiltshire, and of that part of Hampshire which was on this side of the sea, came to meet him. And when they saw the king, they were received him like one risen from the dead, and they were filled with great joy. They came, the farmers with their spears, the smiths with their hammers, the thanes with their swords. They had suffered under the Viking occupation for months. They had seen their barns burned and their daughters taken. And now, seeing their king alive, returning from the wilderness like a ghost, the morale shift was seismic. Alfred didn't waste time with speeches. He had an army, but it was an army of militias against a professional force of killers. He marched them immediately toward Guthrum's position. Guthrum, realizing that the dead king was marching on him, scrambled his forces. He left Chippenham and moved to intercept Alfred. The two armies maneuvered toward a ridge in Wiltshire, a place called Eddington, or Ethandun. The stage was set for the Battle of Eddington, but the Alfred who rode to Eddington wasn't the same man who had fled Chippenham in his pajamas 5 months earlier. The swamp had changed him. He had learned patience. He had learned that a king isn't defined by his crown, but by his ability to endure the mud. He had spent the winter watching the grey water of the marshes, planning, praying, and eating burnt bread. Now, he was ready to serve the Vikings a different kind of meal. The guerrilla war was over. The battle for England was about to begin. The road to Eddington was not long in miles, but it was a journey across a psychological chasm. The army that marched behind Alfred was a ragtag collection of farmers, local nobility, and the remnants of the royal guard. But they were moving with a singular, desperate purpose. They knew that if they lost this battle, there would be no second chance. There were no more marshes to hide in. There were no more kingdoms to flee to. This was the final stand of Anglo-Saxon England. The battle took place on the high ground. In the warfare of the shield wall, gravity is your best friend or your worst enemy. And Alfred, showing the tactical acumen he had honed during those long months in the swamp, secured the advantage. He deployed his men along a ridge, looking down at the Vikings. We have to strip away the Hollywood image of medieval battle here. There were no swirling melees of individuals dueling with fancy swordplay. A battle in the 9th century was a shoving match. It was a rugby scrum with axes. The men would lock their shields together, rim to rim, boss to boss, creating a solid wall of linden wood and leather. Then they would smash into the opposing line. The sound would have been deafening, but not in the way we imagine. It wasn't the ringing of steel on steel. It was the dull, heavy thud of wood splintering, the grunts of exertion, and the screams of men being crushed in the press. The goal was to knock the other guy down. If the line broke, if a gap opened up, the slaughter began. Alfred's men, the Fyrd, were fighting for their homes. Behind them lay their farms, their wives, and their children. Guthrum's Vikings were fighting for loot and conquest. It turns out that fear is a more potent fuel than greed. The Battle of Eddington lasted for hours. The chronicler Asser, who knew Alfred personally, writes that the English struggled for a long time against the army. It was a grinding, exhausting test of endurance. But slowly, imperceptibly at first, the Viking shield wall began to buckle. The weight of the West Saxons pushing downhill was too much. Then the break happened. The Viking line shattered. The discipline that had allowed them to conquer 3 kingdoms evaporated. They turned and ran. Alfred didn't stop. In previous years, the English might have been content to hold the field and claim a moral victory. But Alfred knew that a wounded wolf is still dangerous. He ordered a pursuit. His men chased the fleeing Vikings all the way back to their fortress at Chippenham, the same royal estate they had stolen in the winter. The Vikings scrambled inside the walls and slammed the gates. Alfred surrounded the town. This was the moment where Alfred proved he was a student of history. He remembered Nottingham in 868, where the English army had sat outside the walls until they got bored and went home. He remembered the Danegelds paid by the Mercians. He knew that if he let Guthrum negotiate a cash exit, the Vikings would just buy more swords and come back next year. So, Alfred did nothing. He didn't storm the walls. He didn't offer a deal. He simply sat down and waited. He besieged Chippenham for 14 days. Inside the fortress, the situation for the Vikings became horrific. They had fled the battlefield in a panic, leaving their supplies behind. They had no food. They had eaten the horses. They were freezing, starving, and terrified. Outside, they could see the campfires of the West Saxons, a ring of light that wasn't going anywhere. For the first time in the Viking Age, the Great Heathen Army was truly trapped. They had met an English king who was more stubborn than they were. On the 14th day, the gates opened. A messenger came out, gaunt and trembling. Guthrum was surrendering. The terms Alfred dictated were absolute. First, the Vikings had to give hostages, as many as Alfred wanted, and he got to pick them. This ensured they couldn't just hand over a few expendable thralls. Second, they had to swear an oath to leave Wessex immediately. But it was the third condition that stunned everyone. It was a stroke of genius that went beyond warfare and into the realm of spiritual statecraft. Alfred demanded that Guthrum become a Christian. To a modern mind, this might sound like a weird religious imposition, a forced conversion at sword point. And it was. But in the 9th century, it was a brilliant political maneuver. By forcing Guthrum to be baptized, Alfred was bringing him into the family of European kings. A Christian king couldn't just raid his neighbors. He had to respect treaties, in theory. It also undermined Guthrum's authority with his own pagan hardliners. How could you follow a warlord who bowed his knee to the white Christ of the enemy? 3 weeks later, the ceremony took place at Aller, a small village near Alfred's old hideout of Athelney. It must have been a surreal scene. Guthrum, the terrifying warlord who had slaughtered monks and martyred King Edmund, stood in a white baptismal robe. Alfred stood beside him, acting as his sponsor, his godfather. As the holy water was poured over the Viking's head, the old Guthrum died, and a new man was born. He was given a Christian name, Athelstan. This wasn't just a quick splash and dash. The ceremony was followed by the chrism loosing at the royal estate of Wedmore. This was a 12-day festival of feasting and gift-giving. Alfred lavished his new godson with treasure, gold, silver, weapons. Imagine the psychology of this. Alfred had defeated Guthrum on the battlefield, starved him into submission, and then, instead of executing him, he adopted him. He welcomed him into the family. He treated him with honor. It was a display of power so total that it bordered on arrogance. It said, "I am so secure in my victory that I can afford to make you my friend." The Treaty of Wedmore, as the agreement came to be known, redrew the map of England. It formally recognized the division that had been emerging for a decade. Guthrum, now King Athelstan, was to take his army and leave Wessex. He would go to East Anglia, the land of the martyred Edmund, and settle there as a Christian king. The border was set. It ran up the Thames, up the River Leyer, to Bedford, and then along the old Roman road of Watling Street. Everything to the south and west was Alfred's England. Everything to the north and east was the Danelaw. In 879, true to his word, Guthrum led his army out of Wessex. They marched to Cirencester, stayed for a year, and then moved into East Anglia, where they shared out the land. The threat to Wessex was over. The Battle of Edington and the subsequent baptism of Guthrum is arguably the most important sequence of events in English history. If Alfred had lost at Edington, England as we know it would not exist. The island would have become a Scandinavian outpost, likely speaking a dialect of Norse, with a culture entirely oriented toward the North Sea. There would be no English language, no English law, no British Empire, no United States as we understand them. But beyond the what-ifs, the immediate effect was a collective exhale that could be felt from Cornwall to Kent. The storm had broken, the waves were still high, and the wind was still blowing, but the ship wasn't sinking. Alfred had bought time. He realized that Edington wasn't the end of the war. It was just the end of the crisis. He knew the Vikings would come back. Maybe not Guthrum, but others. The sea was still full of wolves. So, while the feasting at Wedmore was a celebration, for Alfred, it was a working lunch. He looked at his kingdom and saw how close it had come to extinction. He saw the ruined monasteries, the burned villages, the terrified people. He realized that the old system, the system where you call out the farmers only when the ships appear, was broken. It was too slow. It was too reactive. Alfred the fugitive had become Alfred the victor. Now, he had to become Alfred the builder. He had a vision of a new kind of England, one that didn't just survive the Vikings, but could withstand them indefinitely. He needed to build walls. He needed to build ships. He needed to build a society that was Viking-proof. As Guthrum's army disappeared over the horizon, heading east to their new homes, the silence they left behind was filled with the sounds of hammers and saws. The survival of Wessex was secured, but the work of creating England had just begun. The turning of the tide had revealed a landscape of mud and ruin. And Alfred rolled up his sleeves. He had a kingdom to reconstruct, and he wasn't going to let anyone burn his cakes again. The peace that followed the baptism at Allaire was a strange, fragile thing. We often think of peace treaties as moments where everyone hugs, signs a piece of paper, and goes back to normal. But the peace of the late 9th century wasn't a restoration of the old world. It was the construction of a new, dual reality. Alfred had won the war, but he hadn't cleared the board. Guthrum was still there. He was Christian now, and his name was Athelstan. But he was still a Viking king with a massive army, sitting right next door in East Anglia. The reality on the ground required something more robust than a baptismal vow. It required a contract. This brings us to one of the most fascinating documents in English history, the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum. It still exists, preserved in a manuscript at Cambridge. It's surprisingly short, just 5 clauses, but it did something that no amount of fighting could do. It legally acknowledged that there were now 2 Englands. It took the messy, bleeding map of the invasion years and drew a hard, black line right through the middle of it. The treaty begins with a geographical definition that is almost poetic in its precision. It states, first concerning our boundaries, up on the Thames, and then up on the Lare, and along the Lare unto its source, then straight to Bedford, then up on the Ouse unto Watling Street. If you trace that on a map today, it creates a diagonal slash across the country, running roughly from London in the southeast, up towards Chester in the northwest. Everything to the south and west of that line was English England, Wessex, the rump of Mercia, and the confused territories of Kent and Sussex. Everything to the north and east was the Danelaw. This term, Danelaw, Danelagu, is crucial. It didn't just mean the place where the Danes live. It meant the place where Danish law applies. Imagine crossing Watling Street in the year 886. You weren't just crossing a road, you were crossing a legal event horizon. On the Wessex side, if you stole a cow, you were tried by the laws of King Ein or King Alfred. You dealt with ealdormen and reeves. The administrative unit was the hundred, a patch of land theoretically containing 100 households. Step across the ditch to the Viking side, and the world changed. The hundred disappeared, replaced by the wapentake. The word wapentake is pure Viking. It comes from the Old Norse vapnatak, meaning weapon taking or weapon touching. It refers to the way decisions were made at the local assembly, the thing. When the local jarl or chieftain proposed a motion, the free men wouldn't raise their hands. They would brandish their weapon spears, axes, swords, and clash them together. It was democracy by decibel. A loud crash of metal meant yes. Silence meant no. In the Danelaw, the social hierarchy was different too. In Saxon England, you were either a noble, thegn, or a peasant, ceol, and the peasants were becoming increasingly tied to the land, almost like serfs. In the Danelaw, there was a massive class of people called sokemen. These were free farmers. They owned their land. They could sell it. They could leave it if they wanted to. This infusion of Scandinavian freedom created a fiercely independent social structure in the east of England that lasted for centuries. Even in the Domesday Book, 200 years later, you can see a huge concentration of free peasants in the areas that were once the Danelaw. But the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum wasn't just about geography. It was about the price of a human life. Clause 2 of the treaty is a masterpiece of diplomatic equality. It sets the Vergild, the man price for killings. In this rough justice system, if you killed someone, you didn't necessarily go to jail. You paid their family a fine based on their social value. The treaty stated that a Danish free man and an English free man were to be valued equally at 8 half marks of pure gold. This was revolutionary. It stopped the English from treating the Danes as worthless invaders who could be killed on sight. And it stopped the Danes from treating the English as subhuman cattle. It created a legal equivalency. It said, "We might hate each other, but we are going to respect the price of each other's blood." However, we shouldn't romanticize this two Englands situation. It was a Cold War. Watling Street, the old Roman road that served as the primary border, wasn't a friendly frontier. It was a militarized zone. On the Wessex side, Alfred was frantically building. This is where his famous Burgle-Heidage system comes into play. He realized that the only way to stop the Vikings was to create a network of fortified towns, or burhs, so that no farm in Wessex was more than 20 miles a day's march from a fortress. Alfred was turning Wessex into a porcupine. He was taxing his people heavily to build palisades, dig ditches, and man the walls. He was essentially telling his subjects, "I know you hate taxes, but you hate being enslaved by Vikings more. So start digging." On the other side of the line, in the Danelaw, society was settling down. The 5 boroughs of the East Midlands Derby, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham, and Stamford, were growing into prosperous city-states. They were ruled by jarls, earls, and protected by their own armies. They traded with York, with Dublin, and with the Baltic. But there was a weird, permeable nature to this border. People still traded. Ideas still crossed the line. We see this in the art of the period. The Anglo-Scandinavian style begins to emerge. Stone crosses in churchyards start to show scenes that are a bizarre mix of the Bible and the Eddas. You might see a carving of Christ on the cross, but surrounded by the twisting, gripping beasts of Norse mythology. Or you might see Sigurd the Dragon Slayer carved right next to a saint. It was a visual creole, a blending of two worldviews that were slowly learning to live in the same house. The status of London during this period is a vital piece of the puzzle. For a long time, London or Londonwick had been a merchant town, then a disputed ruin. The Vikings had camped there. They had looted it. It was a ghost town of Roman walls and squatter camps. In 886, Alfred made a decisive move. He occupied London. This wasn't a conquest so much as a renovation. He took the city, repaired the Roman walls, and made it habitable again. But he didn't keep it for himself. In a gesture of supreme political savvy, he handed it over to his son-in-law, Ethelred, the Lord of the Mercians. By giving London to Mercia, Alfred was saying, "We are in this together." He was binding the wounds of the old rivalry. But crucially, the treaty line placed London firmly in the English camp, while the surrounding lands to the East Essex were often in the Danish sphere. The border was right there, on the River Lea, just a few miles east of the city walls. London became the frontier post, the watchtower looking out into the heathen dark. As the 800s rolled on, the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum held, mostly. Guthrum, to his credit, seems to have taken his baptism somewhat seriously. He didn't launch any major invasions of Wessex. He died in 890, and the chronicle gives him a respectful obituary, calling him by his Christian name, Athelstan, and noting that he was the godfather of King Alfred. But Guthrum was just one king. The Danelaw was full of other ambitious jarls, and fresh Vikings were always arriving from the sea, hungry for land and glory. They didn't sign the treaty. They didn't care about the line on the map. The creation of the Danelaw solved the immediate crisis, but it created a long-term problem. England was now a divided house. You had a dynamic, aggressive Viking culture in the north and east, and a fortified, anxious Saxon culture in the south and west. They were balanced on a knife edge. Alfred spent the last years of his life trying to ensure that when the balance tipped, it would tip in his favor. He imported scholars to teach his clergy Latin. He translated books himself, including Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy, because he believed that a king needed wisdom as much as he needed a sword. He looked at the ruins of Roman civilization and tried to glue them back together with Christian faith and administrative rigor. He was building a national identity. Before Alfred, people thought of themselves as West Saxons, Mercians, or Kentishmen. Alfred began to foster the idea of the angel sin, the English kind. He spun a narrative that said, "We are all one people, united by our faith and our language against the pagans." The Danelaw, ironically, helped create England. By providing a terrifying other, it forced the squabbling Saxon kingdoms to coalesce into something harder and more unified. The line of Watling Street defined who we were by clearly defining who they were. As the 9th century drew to a close, Alfred grew old. He suffered from a mysterious, painful illness, possibly Crohn's disease, that plagued him his whole life. He had saved Wessex. He had drawn the line. He had built the Bourse. But he knew that the job wasn't finished. He looked north across the Thames, across the wooded hills of the Midlands, toward the fires of the Danelaw. He knew that eventually the line would have to be erased. One side would have to absorb the other. Two Englands could not exist forever in such a small island. Alfred died in 899. He left behind a kingdom that was safe, but not whole. He left the tools, the army, the navy, the burghs, the administration, to his children, and it would be up to them, the remarkable brood of the House of Wessex, to pick up the hammer and smash the wall he had built. The two Englands were about to collide, and the result would be a war of reconquest that would consume the next generation. The peace of the treaty was just the deep breath before the plunge. When Alfred the Great died in 899, there was a collective holding of breath across the island. The architect of the resistance was gone. The Vikings in the Danelaw must have looked at his successor, his son. Edward and licked their lips, thinking the time was ripe to finish what Guthrum had started. But they made a fatal miscalculation. They forgot to check if Alfred had any other children. He did, and she was arguably more terrifying than her father. Her name was Ethelflaed. History remembers her by a title that sounds like something out of a high fantasy novel. The Lady of the Mercians. She wasn't a queen, because Mercia was no longer an independent kingdom with a king. But she was far more than a princess. She was a warlord, a city builder, and a diplomat who would spend the next 2 decades dismantling the Danelaw brick by brick. To understand Ethelflaed, we have to look at her marriage. As a teenager, she was married off to Ethelred, the Lord of the Mercians, the man Alfred had entrusted with London. It was a political union designed to bind the wounds between Wessex and Mercia. But Ethelred was older, and by the early 900s, his health was failing. He was frequently sick, perhaps suffering from the lingering effects of old war wounds. In most medieval narratives, this is where the power vacuum opens up. The lord gets sick, the advisors squabble, and the kingdom falls apart. But in Mercia, Ethelflaed simply stepped into the breach. She didn't rule as a regent for a son. She ruled in her own right. She signed charters. She presided over the Witan Council. And most importantly, she commanded the army. This is extraordinary. We are talking about the early 10th century, a time when gender roles were fairly rigid. Yet, we have no record of the Mercian nobility complaining. The rough, battle-hardened thanes of the Midlands followed her without question. Why? Because she was Alfred's daughter, and she had inherited his brain. Ethelflaed realized that the two Englands' stalemate couldn't last. If they sat behind their walls, the Vikings would eventually grow strong enough to break them. So, she decided to go on the offensive. But she didn't do it with a reckless charge. She used her father's greatest invention, the bow. Alfred had used the fortified towns as shields. Ethelflaed used them as specific offensive weapons. She engaged in a strategy of aggressive zoning. She would march her army into hostile or disputed territory, seize a strategic location, a river crossing, a Roman ruin, a hill, and build a fortress. She would garrison it with loyal troops, effectively locking down the area. Then she would move forward and do it again. It was a slow, strangling noose around the neck of the Danelaw. In 907, she restored the Roman walls of Chester. This was vital because it cut the Vikings in York off from their cousins in Dublin. She turned Chester into a fortress of the northwest, guarding the Irish Sea. Then she turned her eyes to the Danelaw border. In 912, her husband Ethelred died. Ethelflaed didn't retire to a nunnery. She ramped up the campaign. She built burhs at Bremsburg, Skirget, and Bridgenorth. In 913, she fortified Tamworth, the ancient royal seat of the Mercian kings and Stafford. These weren't just defensive bunkers, they were launch pads. She was working in perfect tandem with her brother, King Edward of Wessex. It's one of the most effective family partnerships in history. Edward pushed up from the south, attacking the Danes in Essex and East Anglia. Ethelflaed pushed from the west, hammering into the five boroughs. They were a brother-sister pincer movement, squeezing the life out of the Viking occupation. The Vikings, realizing the danger, tried to strike back. In 910, a massive Danelaw army raided deep into Mercia, thinking they could plunder and leave before the lady could react. They were wrong. A combined Mercian and West Saxon army caught the Vikings at Tettenhall in modern Wolverhampton. It was a slaughter. The chronicle says that many thousands of men were killed. The Viking leadership of the north was decapitated. 3 kings of the Danelaw died in the mud at Tettenhall. This battle broke the offensive power of the Vikings for a generation. They could still defend their towns, but they could no longer sweep across England with impunity. After Tettenhall, Ethelflaed went for the throat. She targeted the 5 boroughs themselves. In 917, she marched her army to Derby. Derby was one of the strongholds of the Danelaw, a fortified city that had been Viking for 40 years. Ethelflaed didn't just starve them out, she stormed the gates. The chronicle records that she took the town with all that belonged to it, though it came at a personal cost. 4 of her favorite thanes were killed inside the city gates. Imagine the scene. A woman in her late 40s, directing a siege against professional Viking warriors, breaking into their city and accepting their surrender. The psychological blow to the Danes must have been immense. They were being beaten at their own game by a mere woman. The following year, 918, she moved on Leicester. The Vikings there didn't even fight. They saw what happened at Derby. They looked at the lady's army, and they opened the gates. The majority of the local army submitted to her. She was now unstoppable. The people of York, the capital of the Viking North, the city of Ivar, the boneless, sent her a message. They were ready to submit. They were pledging to be her men. It seemed that Ethelflaed was about to achieve the impossible, the peaceful unification of England under her banner. But history is cruel. Just as she was preparing to ride north to York to accept their surrender, she died. It was June 12th, 918. She was at Tamworth, her capital. She was roughly 50 years old. We don't know the cause: stroke, heart attack, or perhaps just the sheer exhaustion of carrying a kingdom on her back for a decade. Her body was carried to Gloucester, to the priory of St. Oswald, which she had founded. She was buried beside her husband. The death of Ethelflaed is a what-if moment. If she had lived another 5 years, the reconquest of the North might have been smoother. As it happened, her death left a vacuum. The Mercian nobility wanted her daughter, Elfwin, to succeed her. But her brother, King Edward, had other ideas. Edward, ever the pragmatist, swooped in. He removed his niece, Elfwin, from power. She disappears from history, likely sent to a convent, and annexed Mercia directly into Wessex. It was a cold move, but it unified the English command structure. There would be no more Lady of the Mercians. There would only be the King of the English. Ethelflaed's legacy, however, is etched into the landscape. If you go to the English Midlands today, the towns she fortified, Chester, Stafford, Tamworth, Warwick, Runcorn, are still there. She drew the map of central England. She also broke the stereotype of the peace weaver, the traditional role for Anglo-Saxon queens. She wasn't there to pass the mead cup and look pretty. She was a peacemaker in the Roman sense. She made peace by destroying the enemy's capacity to make war. The monks who wrote the chronicles were clearly in awe of her. The Mercian Register, a fragmentary text embedded in the chronicle, focuses almost entirely on her movements. To them, she wasn't just a woman, she was a force of nature. She was the lioness of the House of Wessex. With the lady gone, the torch passed fully to her brother Edward. He had lost his partner, but he had gained a kingdom. Mercia was now fully under his control, and the southern Danelaw was crumbling. The road to the north was open. The chronicles of Viking England were shifting. The narrative was no longer about survival. It was about vengeance. The children of Alfred were coming for the rest of the island, and the wolves of the north were finding that the sheep had grown fangs. History has a bad habit of skipping over the middle children. We remember the pioneers who start things, and we remember the gloriously successful emperors who finish them. But we often forget the guys in the middle who actually did the heavy lifting. Edward the Elder is the ultimate middle child of English history. He is sandwiched between his legendary father, Alfred the Great, and his superstar son, Athelstan. But if you look at the map of England in 819 versus the map in 924, you realize that Edward wasn't just filling a seat. He was arguably the most successful military commander the House of Wessex ever produced. While his sister, Ethelflaed, was busy being the lioness in the Midlands, Edward was operating a slow, relentless steamroller in the south and east. His style of warfare wasn't flashy. It wasn't about heroic duels or poetic speeches. It was about geometry and masonry. Edward perfected the strategy of burr warfare. It worked like this. He would march his army into Danish territory, say 20 miles past the border. He would find a defensible spot, usually a ford or a hill. And then, instead of looking for a fight, he would tell his men to put down their spears and pick up their shovels. They would build a fortress, a burr. They would dig a ditch, throw up an earth rampart, and top it with a wooden palisade. Then Edward would garrison it with fresh troops and wait. This was a tactical nightmare for the Vikings. The Danes were raiders. They relied on speed and shock. But you can't raid a wooden wall. If they ignored the fort and rode past it, the garrison would sally out and cut off their supply lines. If they attacked it, they would be bogged down in a siege they didn't have the technology to win. And while they were staring at the new fort, Edward was already planning the next one, 10 miles further down the road. It was passive-aggressive warfare, weaponized on a national scale. Edward was essentially gentrifying the Danelaw out of existence, one zip code at a time. The climax of this grinding campaign came in the Year of Victories, 917. This was the year the dam finally broke. While Ethelflaed was taking Derby, Edward launched a massive, multi-pronged assault on the eastern Danelaw. The Vikings in East Anglia, realizing the walls were closing in, decided to gamble everything on a breakout. They gathered a huge army and marched on the English fortress at Bedford. But the English garrison didn't just hide behind the walls. They came out and smashed the Viking army. A similar thing happened at Wigan. The Vikings were throwing themselves against Edward's new fortifications and bouncing off like pebbles against a shield. Then, Edward counterpunched. He marched on Thamesford, a key Viking stronghold. The chronicle tells us he stormed the fortress and slew the king. This was a significant moment, the death of the last independent Danish king of East Anglia. With their king dead and their army shattered, the resistance collapsed. By the end of 917, the independent kingdom of East Anglia, the land where Saint Edmund had been martyred 50 years earlier, surrendered to Edward. The wolves from the sea, who had settled there, were now subjects of the King of Wessex. But here is where Edward showed he was his father's son. He didn't exterminate them. He didn't drive them into the sea. He integrated them. This is a subtle but vital shift in the story. Edward realized that he couldn't depopulate half of England. The Danes had been there for 2 generations. They had farms, families, and businesses. So, when a Danish army surrendered, Edward allowed them to keep their lands. He allowed them to keep their laws. The Danelaw remained a distinct legal entity. He just insisted on one thing: he was the boss. The chronicle records the submission of the Danes with a phrase that sounds almost like a marriage vow. It says they sought him for their lord and protector. It was a feudal contract. You can stay, you can farm, you can pray to Thor if you do it quietly, but your sword belongs to me. This integration is why English is such a messy, wonderful language. It's why we have shirt, English, and skirt, Norse, rear, English, and raise, Norse. It's why we have a town called Grimston, a hybrid name with Grim, a Viking name, and Ton, Saxon for farm. These weren't 2 separate populations living in apartheid. They were neighbors shouting at each other over the fence until they eventually started borrowing each other's tools. By 918, with his sister dead and Mercia fully absorbed, Edward controlled everything south of the Humber. He was the first king to really have a claim to the title, King of the English, rather than just King of the West Saxons. He spent the last years of his reign tidying up the map. He reorganized the Midlands, shiring the land. This is why the counties of the Midlands, Derbyshire, Staffordshire, Leicestershire, are all named after the central town, the Bure, that controlled them. Edward was drawing the administrative boundaries that we still use today. He was creating the machinery of local government, sheriffs, writs, courts, that would make England one of the most bureaucratic states in medieval Europe. But there was still one problem. One stubborn, dangerous outlier in the north, York. The Vikings of York were a different breed. They were still connected to the wild Norse world of Dublin and Norway. And just as Edward was consolidating his power, a new player entered the game. Ragnar, a grandson of Ivar the Boneless. Ragnar was a throwback to the old days, a sea king with a fleet of longships and a bad attitude. He stormed into Northumbria in roughly 914, smashed a Scottish army at the Battle of Corbridge, and seized York. He wasn't interested in building burhs or signing treaties. He was interested in empire. Edward, ever the prudent strategist, didn't rush north to fight Ragnar immediately. He knew his limits. He strengthened the northern border, building forts at Manchester and Thelwall. He was setting the stage, prepping the battlefield, ensuring that when the inevitable clash came, the English would have the advantage. But Edward never got to fight that final battle. In 924, he was in the north, at a place called Farndon in Mercia, likely putting down a local rebellion or dealing with some border skirmish. There, amidst the muddy fields of his newly unified kingdom, Edward the Elder died. He left behind a transformed island. When he took the throne, Wessex was a survivor state, huddled behind its walls. When he died, it was a superpower. The Danelaw, as an independent political entity, was gone. The Midlands were English. East Anglia was English. The frontier had moved from the Thames to the Humber. But he also left behind a very complicated family situation. Edward had 3 wives and about 14 children, many of whom were sons with valid claims to the throne. The succession was messy. There were whispers of assassination, of legitimate versus illegitimate lines, of factions at court. Out of this chaos emerged a young man of roughly 30 years. He was Edward's eldest son, but he had been raised in Mercia by his aunt Ethelflaed. He had the blood of Alfred, the tactical training of the Lady of the Mercians, and a destiny that would outshine them all. His name was Athelstan. As they lowered Edward the Elder into his tomb at Winchester, the bedtime history of Viking England turned a page. The era of defense was over. The era of reconquest was largely done. Now began the era of imperial ambitions. The English weren't just trying to survive the Vikings anymore. They were trying to rule the whole island of Britain, and the man who picked up Edward's crown was about to become the golden boy of the Dark Ages. If Alfred was the architect and Edward was the builder, then Athelstan was the man who finally put the roof on the house and hung a sign out front that read, England. Athelstan is a fascinating figure. He enters history with a bit of a shadow over him. There were rumors about his legitimacy. His mother may have been a concubine or a woman of low birth. And when his father Edward died, the nobles of Wessex actually chose his half-brother Elfweard as king first. But fate intervened. Elfweard died just 16 days after his father. In the sudden vacuum, Athelstan stepped forward. He wasn't a typical West Saxon prince. He had been fostered in Mercia by his aunt, Ethelflaed. This meant he grew up in a war zone, learning the art of leadership from the lioness herself. He was cosmopolitan, tough, and seemingly more open to the Anglo-Danish mix of the Midlands than the stuffy aristocrats of Winchester. When he was crowned at Kingston-upon-Thames in 925, he didn't just wear the crown of Wessex, he wore the hopes of a unified island. His first move was to settle the north. Remember York, the Viking city that had been a thorn in everyone's side for 60 years. In 927, the Viking king of York, Sitric, died. Athelstan didn't wait for a successor to emerge. He marched north. He marched so fast and with such overwhelming force that the opposition simply evaporated. The Vikings of York opened the gates. For the first time since the Roman legions left, a single ruler controlled the axis of England from the Channel to the Humber. But Athelstan didn't stop at the gates of York. He kept going. On July 12, 927, a meeting took place that should be as famous as the signing of the Magna Carta. Athelstan summoned the kings of the north to a place called Aemont Bridge in Cumbria. It was a power play of epic proportions. The kings who showed up were a who's who of the British Isles. Constantine, king of the Scots, Owain, king of Strathclyde, Hywel king of the Welsh, and Ealdred, the lord of Bamberg. There, on the banks of the river, they submitted to Athelstan. They swore oaths to renounce all idolatry, a swipe at the pagan Vikings, and acknowledged him as their overlord. This was the moment Athelstan changed his title. On his charters and coins, he stopped calling himself King of the West Saxons, or even King of the English. He began to style himself Rex Totius Britannia, King of all Britain. He was the first imperial king of England. He minted silver pennies that circulated from Exeter to Edinburgh, stamping his profile on the economy of the entire island. He was a collector of relics, a patron of the arts, and a player on the European stage. He sent his half-sisters to marry the most powerful men in Europe: the King of France, the Holy Roman Emperor, the Duke of Burgundy. The English court was no longer a backwater. It was a hub of international diplomacy. But heavy is the head that wears the imperial crown. The other kings of Britain, the Scots, the Welsh, the Norse, Irish, didn't like being vassals. They looked at this king of all Britain and saw a tyrant who was getting too big for his boots. Resentment simmered for a decade. Then, in 937, it boiled over. The enemies of England formed a coalition of the willing to destroy Athelstan. The ringleader was Constantine of Scotland, a wily old survivor who realized that if he didn't stop Athelstan now, Scotland would be next. He allied with Owain of Strathclyde and, most dangerously, Olaf Guthfrithson. Olaf was the Viking king of Dublin. He controlled the Irish Sea, and he wanted York back. This was a Game of Thrones-style alliance. Christians and pagans, Scots and Vikings, united by their shared fear of the English hegemony. They mustered a massive force. Olaf's fleet of 615 ships sailed from Dublin, joining forces with the Scots and the Strathclyde Welsh. They marched deep into English territory, looking for a fight that would end the House of Wessex forever. Athelstan didn't rush. Like his grandfather Alfred, he was patient. He waited, gathered his levies, and mustered an army that included men from Wessex, Mercia, and even Viking mercenaries who were loyal to his pay chest. Then he marched to meet them. The armies collided at a place called Brunanburh. To this day, nobody knows exactly where Brunanburh was. Historians have argued about it for centuries. Was it Bromborough on the Wirral, Burnley in Lancashire, somewhere in Yorkshire? But while the location is lost, the battle itself is immortalized in one of the greatest poems in the Old English language, preserved in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The poem calls it the Great Battle. It describes a conflict of apocalyptic violence. It wasn't a skirmish. It was a slaughter that lasted from sunrise to sunset. The fighting was brutal, close-quarters combat. The poem describes the shield wall hewing and the hammers leaving war scars. It speaks of the field being slippery with blood. Athelstan and his half-brother Edmund, remember that name, led the English forces. The poem tells us, King Athelstan, Lord of Earls, ring-giver of men, and his brother also, Prince Edmund, won lifelong glory in battle with sword edges around Brunanburh. The coalition army was smashed. The poem gloats over the details. It says that 5 young kings lay dead on the battlefield, put to sleep by the sword, along with 7 of Olaf's earls. Constantine, the old king of Scots, fled the field. The poet mocks him ruthlessly, calling him the grey-haired warrior who had no reason to boast, having left his own son dead and mangled on the battlefield. Olaf Guthfrithson, the Viking leader, barely escaped. He and a remnant of his army were driven into the sea, pushed onto the fallow flood, and sailed back to Dublin in humiliation. The victory at Brunanburh was absolute. It confirmed that England was not just a collection of counties. but a unified military power that could take on the combined might of its neighbors and win. It settled the question of whether the House of Wessex was here to stay. The poem ends with a chilling, triumphant stanza that connects this battle to the deep past. Never was there more slaughter on this island, never yet as many people killed before this, with sword's edge. Since from the east, Angles and Saxons came up over the broad sea. They saw Brunanburh as the culmination of their history. The English had arrived as invaders. They had survived the Vikings. And now they were the undisputed masters of the land. Athelstan stood at the summit of his power. He was, without a doubt, the most powerful man in Britain. He was a lawmaker who tried to regulate trade and reduce the age of criminal responsibility. He thought executing 12-year-olds for theft was too harsh, so he raised the age to 15. A humanitarian by 10th century standards. He was a devout Christian who filled the churches with treasures. But Athelstan had a fatal flaw. He had no children. He never married. Some historians speculate he took a vow of chastity. Others suggest he simply didn't want to create a rival branch of the family that would cause a civil war. Whatever the reason, his dynasty hung by a thread. When Athelstan died in Gloucester in October 939, just 2 years after his great victory, the Empire of Britain was left to his half-brother, the young Edmund who had fought beside him at Brunanburh. Athelstan was buried at Malmesbury Abbey, a place he loved, rather than with his father and grandfather in Winchester. Even in death, he was his own man. His reign was the high water mark of the Anglo-Saxon age. He had achieved the dream of Alfred. He had united the English, humbled the Scots, and driven the Vikings into the sea. It felt like the happy ending to the story. But in the Viking age, happy endings are just pauses before the next raid. The moment Athelstan's eyes closed, the wolves began to circle again. The fear that Athelstan inspired died with him. Olaf Guthfridsson, the Viking king who had fled Brunanburh, was still alive in Dublin. He had been waiting. When he heard the news that the king of all Britain was dead, he didn't send flowers. He sent ships. The unity of England, which seemed so solid like a stone fortress, turned out to be held together by the personal charisma of one man. With that man gone, the mortar began to crack. The North, always restless, always half-pagan at heart, looked at the new boy King Edmund and decided they didn't want to be English anymore. They wanted to be Vikings again. The golden age was over. The glorious certainty of Brunanburh was about to dissolve into a murky, violent twilight. The king of all Britain was dead, and the Vikings were coming back to see if the new kid could fight. When Athelstan died in 939, the unity of England didn't just crack, it shattered like a clay pot dropped on a stone floor. It is almost comical how quickly the North reverted to its old ways. It's as if the people of York had just been holding their breath for 12 years, acting polite, while the scary King Athelstan was watching. And the moment he was in his tomb, they exhaled, threw open the gates, and shouted, "We're Vikings again!" The speed of the collapse was terrifying for the House of Wessex. The Vikings of Dublin, led by the tenacious survivor Olaf Guthfridsson, the guy who ran away from Brunanburh, returned immediately. He didn't just take York, he marched south and took the 5 boroughs of the Midlands. In a matter of months, the Empire of Britain was cut in half. The border wasn't on the Humber anymore. It was back on Watling Street. It was as if the victories of Edward the Elder and Ethelflaed had never happened. This era, from 939 to 954, is often glossed over in history books because it is messy. It's a revolving door of kings. There was something like 8 changes of power in York in 15 years. It was a time of betrayals, assassinations, and wily coyote-style political maneuvers. But in the middle of this chaos, there strides a figure who is so archetypally Viking that he feels like he was written by a screenwriter. Enter Eric Bloodaxe. His name, Erika Bloodaxe, is arguably the best nickname in medieval history. It sounds like a heavy metal band or a particularly aggressive brand of hot sauce. But the name wasn't just about being good at fighting. In Norse culture, blood often referred to family. The implication wasn't that he axed his enemies, it was that he axed his brothers. Eric was a son of Harald Fairhair, the first king of Norway. According to the sagas, Eric secured his own path to the throne by methodically killing off 4 of his half-brothers. This, understandably, made him unpopular in Norway. Eventually, his surviving brother, Hakon the Good, who was raised in England by Athelstan, interestingly enough, kicked him out. So, Eric did what all unemployed royal exiles did in the 10th century. He went to England to find a new job. He arrived in Northumbria around 947. The situation he walked into was a political swamp. The English king at the time was Edred, another of Athelstan's half-brothers. Edmund had ruled for a bit, then was stabbed to death in a brawl in 946. A tragic, senseless death that we don't have time to unpack, but it left the sickly Edred in charge. The Northumbrians had just sworn loyalty to Edred. But when Eric Bloodaxe showed up, likely with a fleet of longships and a reputation for extreme violence, the Northumbrian Witan Council took one look at the sickly southern king and one look at the giant axe murderer and decided to switch sides. They declared Eric their king. Eric established his court in York, and for a brief, shining moment, the city was the capital of a North Sea piratical empire. Once again, we have a vivid window into Eric's court thanks to the saga of Egil Skallagrimsson. Egil is one of the most fascinating characters of the Viking Age. A warrior poet, a psychopath, and a genius. He had a long-standing blood feud with Eric and his wife, Gunhild. Gunhild is a character all on her own. The sagas paint her as a mother of kings, a sorceress, and the power behind the throne. They say she was beautiful, cruel, and manipulative. In the misogynistic world of the sagas, powerful women are often turned into witches, but even stripping that away, she was clearly a formidable political operator. The story goes that Egil was shipwrecked on the coast of Northumbria. He was captured and brought before Eric in York. This was a death sentence. Eric had every reason to peel Egil like an orange. But Egil, being a poet, asked for one night to compose a poem in the king's honor. Eric, bound by the strange code of Viking honor, which valued art almost as much as bloodshed, agreed. Egil spent the night in the dungeon composing the Hufodlausen, the head ransom. The next morning, he stood before Eric, Gunhild, and the court of grim-faced warriors, and recited 20 verses of praise. He praised Eric's sword, his generosity, his terrifying gaze. He called him the feeder of ravens and the breaker of shields. It worked. Eric, likely flattered and impressed by the technical complexity of the verse, allowed Egil to keep his head and leave the city. It's a remarkable scene. The brutal fratricide king sitting on his throne in York, sparing his worst enemy because the man knew how to rhyme. It reminds us that this wasn't just a gang of thugs. It was a culture with deep, complex rules of conduct. But poetry couldn't save Eric from politics. King Edred of England was furious that the Northumbrians had betrayed him. He marched north in 948 and ravaged the land. He burned the minster at Ripon. As he headed south, the army of York sallied out and attacked his rearguard at Castleford, inflicting heavy casualties. Edred was so angry, he threatened to turn around and destroy the entire province utterly. The Northumbrian Witan panic-buttoned. They realized Edred wasn't bluffing. So, in a move of stunning disloyalty, they dumped Eric. They apologized to Edred, paid him compensation, and kicked Bloodaxe out. Eric went into exile again, likely raiding around the Hebrides and the Irish Sea. But the Northumbrians, unable to help themselves, invited another Viking, Olaf Sitriksson, to be king. Then, in 952, they changed their minds again and invited Eric back for a second term. It was a farce. The Northumbrian nobility, led by the Archbishop Wulfstan of York, were playing a dangerous game of pitting the Vikings against the House of Wessex to maintain their own independence. But the game was running out of time. Eric's second reign lasted 2 years. It was harsh. We have coins from this period minted in York. They are heavy silver pennies. On one side, they say Eric Rex. On the other, they show a sword, not a cross, not a portrait, just a sword. The message was not subtle. This was a military dictatorship. But by 954, the Northumbrians had grown tired of the heavy taxes and the constant warfare that Eric brought, and King Edred was preparing another massive invasion. The Witan decided to cut their losses once and for all. They expelled Eric Bloodaxe for the second and final time. This time, there was no exile. There was only Stainmore. Stainmore is a bleak, windswept pass in the Pennines. It's the high road between York and the northwest. As Eric and his small retinue were crossing the moors, fleeing the city that had rejected him, they were ambushed. The ambush was likely orchestrated by Oswulf, the High Reeve of Bamberg, an Englishman who had navigated these treacherous waters for decades. He had betrayed everyone in turn to stay alive, and now he was doing the House of Wessex one last favor. A man named Maccus, likely a son of Olaf, the rival Viking faction, killed Eric. It was a messy, lonely death in the heather. The last king of Northumbria didn't die in a great shield wall clash of nations. He died in a mugging on a hill. With Eric dead, the spine of Northumbrian independence snapped. The Witan of York, having run out of Viking options, finally submitted to King Edred permanently. The death of Eric Bloodaxe in 954 marks the definitive end of the Viking kingdom of York. It was the end of an era that had started with the Great Heathen Army in 866. For nearly 90 years, York had been a Scandinavian city, a capital of the North Sea world. Now, it was just a shire town in the Kingdom of England. Edred didn't punish the North too harshly. He was tired, and he was dying of a digestive illness that made him unable to eat solid food. He essentially starved to death a year later. But he did something crucial. He appointed Oswulf, the man who betrayed Eric, as the Earl of Northumbria. Notice the title change. Not king, earl. From the Norse Jarl, Northumbria was no longer a kingdom. It was an earldom. It was a province subject to the King of England. The dream of a separate northern state was buried with Eric on Stainmore. We often look at 1066 as the end of the Viking Age in England. But 954 is the real geopolitical turning point. After this, there were no more rival kings. There was one king of the English, ruling from the Channel to the Firth of Forth. The Danelaw remained a cultural region. People still spoke Norse dialects, counted in twelves, and used their own laws. But politically, they were English subjects. The phantom of Eric Bloodaxe still haunts the north. There is a ray cross on Stainmore that is traditionally associated with his death spot. It's a weathered, broken stump of stone in the middle of nowhere. It feels fitting. Eric was a man of the old world, a world of sea kings, blood feuds, and pagan glory. He was a dinosaur, wandering through a landscape that was becoming increasingly civilized, bureaucratic, and Christian. When he fell, the Viking England project effectively died. The integration that Alfred had started and Edward had enforced was now complete. The wolves had been driven from the door, or at least the ones that remained had been put on a leash and taught to guard the house. But as the English kings would soon discover, holding the north was very different from conquering it. The spirit of independence in York didn't vanish overnight. And across the sea, in the homelands of Denmark and Norway, new generations of kings were watching. They saw a wealthy, unified England, and they didn't see a threat. They saw a bank vault that had just fired its security guard. The era of the settler Viking was over. The era of the political Viking was about to begin. But for now, let's leave Eric in the heather, the rain washing the blood from his axe, and look at what peace looked like. Because for the first time in a century, England was about to experience a golden age of quiet. After the bloody heather of Stainmore and the violent exit of Eric Bloodaxe, the history of England takes a deep breath. For the better part of a century, the narrative has been one of screaming, burning, running, and shield walls crashing together in the mud. But in 959, a teenager named Edgar ascended the throne, and something unprecedented happened. The shouting stopped. We call him Edgar the Peaceable, in a history book full of epithets like Bloodaxe, Ironside, and Forkbeard. Being called peaceable might sound a bit boring. It sounds like he was a king who enjoyed a nice nap and a cup of herbal tea. But in the 10th century, peace wasn't a passive state of affairs. It was a feat of iron-willed engineering. Peace didn't mean you were nice. It meant you were so terrifyingly competent that nobody dared to start a fight with you. Edgar was the younger son of Edmund, the one who fought at Brunanburh. He came to the throne after his brother Edwig died, a short, scandalous reign that involved a teenage love triangle and some angry bishops, which we will politely skip over to keep the vibe relaxing. When Edgar took the crown, he inherited a unified kingdom, but one that was exhausted. His genius lay in realizing that the war was over. The Vikings were here. They weren't going home. The Danelaw wasn't an enemy territory anymore. It was just the northeastern part of his neighborhood. Instead of trying to anglicize the Danes by force, Edgar tried a radical new strategy. He left them alone. He issued a law code that is remarkable for its tolerance. He said, "I will that secular rights stand among the Danes as good laws as they can best choose." Essentially, you want to count in twelves? Fine. You want to use the wapentake instead of the 100? Go ahead. You want to settle disputes by swearing oaths on a magic arm ring? Be my guest. Just acknowledge that I am the king and keep the peace. This was the masterstroke of the Golden Age. By respecting the legal autonomy of the Danelaw, Edgar turned potential rebels into loyal subjects. He recognized that you could be culturally Danish and politically English at the same time. It was the birth of a true Anglo-Scandinavian society. With the internal borders quiet, Edgar turned his attention to the spiritual ruins of the country. The Viking Age had been a disaster for the church. Monasteries, the libraries and schools of the era had been burned down, looted, or turned into farmhouses by pragmatic Vikings who thought a stone altar made a great kitchen table. The literacy rate had plummeted. The monks who remained were often married, living like laymen, and arguably more interested in real estate than prayer. Enter St. Dunstan. If Edgar was the CEO of England, Dunstan was the visionary COO. He was the Archbishop of Canterbury, but he was also a metalworker, a musician, and a fiercely intellectual reformer. Legend says he once tweaked the devil's nose with a pair of red-hot blacksmith tongs when the tempter tried to distract him from his work. That's the kind of energy Dunstan brought to the table. Together, Edgar and Dunstan launched the Benedictine Reform. They rebuilt the great abbeys of the Fenlands, Ely, Peterborough, Thorney, places that had been desolate since the days of the Great Heathen Army. They kicked out the corrupt, lazy clerics and replaced them with strict monks following the rule of Saint Benedict. They imported books, art, and teachers from the continent. This wasn't just about religion. It was about civilization. These monasteries became the factories of the state. They produced the parchment, wrote the charters, and educated the civil servants who ran the kingdom. The bureaucracy of England became the envy of Europe. While France was fracturing into feudal chaos, England was becoming a centralized machine, humming with the quiet efficiency of quill on vellum. But Edgar knew that peace also required a big stick. He reformed the coinage, creating a standardized silver penny that had to be renewed every few years. A mechanism that allowed the crown to control the economy and tax the wealth of the nation effectively. And he expanded the navy. The chroniclers tell us that every summer, Edgar would order his fleet to circumnavigate the island. It was a massive show of force. The Shipford patrolled the Irish Sea and the North Sea, hunting down pirates and reminding the Dublin Vikings that the King of England was watching. The wolves were still out there, but they stayed in the deep water, afraid to come near the shore. The climax of Edgar's reign, and perhaps the apex of the entire Anglo-Saxon period, came in 973 AD. It was a piece of political theatre so magnificent that it feels like a scene from a movie. First, there was the coronation at Bath. Edgar had technically been king for 14 years, but he hadn't been crowned. He waited until he was 30, the canonical age of priesthood, to hold the ceremony. He wanted to emphasize that his kingship was a divine office. The service was designed by Dunstan, and it was a spectacle of holy oil, anthems, and robes. If you watched the coronation of Charles III recently, you watched a remix of Edgar's ceremony. The order of service, the anointing, the ring, the sword. It was all codified right here in 973. It framed the king not just as a warlord, but as Christ's deputy, a semi-sacred figure anointed by God to keep the peace. But the real show happened a few months later at Chester. Edgar traveled north to the old Roman fortress on the River Dee. He summoned the other kings of Britain to meet him. Just like Athelstan had done at Amont Bridge, Edgar wanted a public submission. But he added a twist. According to the chroniclers, 8 kings arrived. They included Kenneth of Scotland, Malcolm of Strathclyde, Maccus of the Isles, the Viking King of Man, and 5 Welsh princes. They swore loyalty to Edgar as their overlord. Then they got into a boat. It was a ceremonial barge. Edgar took the helm, standing at the rudder. The 8 subject kings, Scots, Welsh, and Vikings, took the oars. They rowed him up the River Dee from the palace to the church of St. John the Baptist, while the crowds cheered from the Roman walls. It is an image of perfect, almost arrogant control. The king of the English steering the ship of state, powered by the muscle of his rivals. It symbolized that the chaos of the British Isles had finally been harnessed, the storms had been weathered, and the ship was gliding on smooth water. This event at Chester marks the high noon of the House of Wessex. The Vikings were rowing the boat, the Scots were rowing the boat, the Welsh were rowing the boat, and Edgar, the peaceable, was guiding them all. For the ordinary person living in England, this must have felt like a miracle. For the first time in memory, you could plant a harvest in spring and be reasonably sure you would be the one to harvest it in autumn. You could drive your cattle to market without an armed guard. The golden peace wasn't just propaganda. It was quiet nights and full barns. But there is a melancholy undertone to this golden age. It was fragile. It depended entirely on the man at the helm. The Viking Age had changed the structure of England. It was now a wealthy, centralized state, with a lot of silver moving around. That made it efficient, but it also made it a very attractive prize. The moment the strong hand was removed from the tiller, the wolves would notice that the ship was drifting. Edgar died suddenly in 975, just 2 years after the triumph at Chester. He was only 32 years old. He was buried at Glastonbury Abbey. His death broke the spell. He left behind 2 young sons by 2 different women, and a nobility that had been held in check by his strong personality. Almost immediately, the factions at court began to argue. The anti-monastic party wanted to reclaim the land Dunstan had given to the church. The monastic party wanted to secure the succession for their candidate. The sky, which had been clear for 16 years, began to darken. The peace of Edgar was a beautiful, shimmering interlude. A summer afternoon in the middle of a long winter. It showed what England could be, a unified, multicultural, prosperous kingdom. But it was about to face a test that would make the raids of Ragnar Lothbrok look like a warm-up act. The golden peace was over. The clouds were gathering over the North Sea again. And this time, the man who would inherit the storm wasn't a great or a peaceable. He was a boy named Ethelred, who history would cruelly label the unready. The Vikings had been quiet, but they hadn't gone away. They had just been watching, waiting for the oars to stop moving. When King Edgar died in 975, the Golden Age didn't just end, it unraveled. After a brief, nasty squabble over the succession involving the murder of Edgar's eldest son, Edward the Martyr, a story for another time perhaps, the crown landed on the head of a boy named Ethelred. He was roughly 10 years old, and he was walking into a storm that would have drowned a giant. History has been incredibly unkind to Ethelred. We know him by the nickname, the Unready. It conjures up an image of a man constantly losing his keys or waking up late for battle. But this is actually a linguistic tragedy, a bad joke that has lasted 1,000 years. His name, Ethelred, means noble counsel. His nickname in Old English was Unraid, which means no counsel or ill-advised. It was a pun. He wasn't unprepared. He was the victim of terrible advice and a fragmented court. He was noble counsel, the ill-counseled. But whether he was unready or just unlucky, the reality was the same. The wolves were back. The raids began again in the 980s. At first, they were sporadic. Southampton was sacked. Thanet was ravaged. Cheshire was hit. It felt like the bad old days of the 8th century. But something had changed. These weren't the ragtag bands of land-hungry farmers who had come in the days of Alfred. The Viking world had evolved. Scandinavia was centralizing. Denmark and Norway were becoming kingdoms with powerful monarchs who could raise taxes and equip professional armies. The men coming across the North Sea now were the second wave. They were mercenaries. They were career soldiers. They wore standardized mail, carried high-quality steel swords, and were led by charismatic princes who treated war as a business venture. Foremost among them was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf is a figure who swaggers through the sagas. He was a Norwegian prince, raised in exile in Russia, who had raided in the Baltic and served as a mercenary. He was described as devastatingly handsome, incredibly strong, and dangerously ambitious. He didn't want a farm in the Danelaw. He wanted silver, massive amounts of it. He needed a war chest to go back home and claim the throne of Norway. England, with its efficient tax system and wealthy monasteries, looked like the perfect ATM. In August 991, Olaf arrived off the coast of Essex with a fleet of 93 ships. That's an army of perhaps 3,000 to 4,000 men. He landed at Malden, on the estuary of the River Blackwater. This brings us to one of the most poignant moments in English military history, the Battle of Malden. We know about this battle in excruciating detail because of a poem written shortly after the event. It doesn't celebrate a victory. It celebrates a heroic defeat. The English defense was led by Byrhtnoth, the ealdorman of Essex. Byrhtnoth was an old man, a veteran of the glorious days of Edgar, with white hair and a stiff back. He mustered the local levy and marched to the shore to meet the Vikings. The geography of Malden is crucial. The Vikings were camped on Northey Island, which is connected to the mainland by a narrow, muddy causeway that is only passable at low tide. When the tide is in, the water separates the armies. When the tide goes out, the bridge appears. Olaf sent a messenger across the water to shout terms to the English. The offer was simple. Send us gold, and we will go away. Better to buy off this storm of spears than to fight. Byrhtnoth's reply is legendary. He stood on the bank, raised his shield, and shouted back, "Do you hear, sailor, what this people says? They will give you spears for tribute, poisonous points, and old swords. Here stands an earl with his troop who will defend this land, my lord Ethelred's home, folk, and ground." It was a brave speech, but then Byrhtnoth made a fatal mistake. As the tide went out, the Vikings began to cross the causeway, but the narrow path meant they could only come a few at a time. The English could have easily held the choke point and slaughtered them. The Vikings, realizing this, asked for a fair fight. They asked to be allowed to cross the ford and form up their shield wall on the dry ground so the battle could be decided by arms, not geography. And Byrhtnoth, out of Ufamod, a word the poet uses, meaning overconfidence or pride, agreed. He let the wolves into the sheep pen. Why? Perhaps he was an old aristocrat who believed in the chivalry of war. Perhaps he thought that if he didn't crush them here, they would just sail away and burn a village somewhere else. Whatever the reason, he stepped back and said, "The ground is open to you." The battle was fierce and bloody. The shield walls clashed, and the spears flew. But the professional Vikings were too much for the Essex farmhands. Byrhtnoth was cut down. As he fell, he looked up to heaven and thanked God for the joys he had experienced in life. Then the Vikings hacked him to pieces. With the leader dead, the English line broke. Many fled into the woods. But the poem focuses on the hearth troop, the personal household warriors of Byrhtnoth. They refused to run. They knew their lord was dead, and in the heroic code of the Anglo-Saxons, it was a shame to return home alive if your lord lay on the field. One old warrior named Byrhtwold spoke the lines that have echoed through the centuries, defining the grim determination of the northern spirit. Mind must be harder, heart the keener, spirit shall be greater. As our strength lessens, they fought until they were all killed. Paranoia is a dangerous thing in a king. It eats away at reason, turning allies into enemies and shadows into assassins. By the year 1002, King Ethelred, the Unready, was a man consumed by it. He had spent his entire adult life being bullied by Vikings, betrayed by his own ealdormen, and forced to hand over chests of silver to men who laughed at him. He was tired, he was fearful. And, as is often the case with fearful men, he decided to lash out with a violence that was as shocking as it was stupid. The year 1002 seemed, on the surface, to be a relatively quiet one. Ethelred had just married Emma of Normandy, securing that alliance across the Channel. He might have felt a sudden surge of confidence, a feeling that perhaps, finally, he had the upper hand. But whispers reached him, or perhaps he invented them, that the Danish mercenaries he had hired to protect the kingdom were planning to kill him and his counselors and take the kingdom for themselves. Whether this plot was real or a figment of his fevered imagination, Ethelred's response was nuclear. He sent out secret letters to all the towns and shires of England. The orders were explicit and chilling. On a specific day, the feast of St. Brice, the English people were to rise up and destroy all the Danish men who were among them. St. Brice's Day falls on November 13th. In the medieval calendar, this is the beginning of the dark time. The harvest is in, the cattle are slaughtered for salting, and the nights are long and cold. It is a time for huddling by the fire, not for ethnic cleansing. But Ethelred chose this day for his purge. The massacre of St. Brice's Day is a stain on English history that is hard to scrub out. It wasn't a military operation. It was a pogrom. The Danes Ethelred was targeting weren't necessarily the raiding armies. They were the settlers. They were the men who had lived in England for a generation, who had married English women, who farmed the land next to English neighbors. They were the mercenaries who were currently on the payroll, walking the streets of Winchester and London. On the morning of November 13th, the trap was sprung. We don't have a comprehensive list of the dead, but we have flashes of the horror. In towns across southern England, the local English population turned on the Danes living among them. Men were dragged from their houses and butchered in the streets. Women and children were not spared. It was a release of decades of pent-up resentment. Resentment at the high taxes, the constant fear of raids, the humiliation of the Danegeld. The king had given them permission to hate, and they took it. The most vivid evidence of this atrocity comes from Oxford. For centuries, there was a story in Oxford that the Danes had fled into the sanctuary of St. Frithswald's Church, now Christ Church Cathedral, to escape the mob. The mob, unable to get them out, barred the doors and burned the church to the ground with the people inside. It sounds like folklore, the kind of grim story tour guides tell. But in 2008, archaeologists excavating at St. John's College in Oxford found a mass grave. They found the skeletons of roughly 35 men. These weren't warriors who died in battle. They were men who had been attacked from behind. Many of the skulls showed signs of terrible trauma, blows from axes and swords, but also charring from fire. Isotope analysis of their teeth revealed that they had eaten a high-protein diet, likely fish, suggesting they were Vikings. These bones tell a story of absolute panic. These men were running. They were cornered. They were slaughtered by a mob that ignored the sanctity of the church. When you look at the cracked skull of a young man who died 1,000 years ago in a muddy ditch in Oxford, you aren't looking at a Viking raider. You are looking at a victim of state-sponsored murder. But the real catastrophe for Ethelred wasn't the moral weight of the massacre. It was the specific identity of one of the victims. In the confusion and bloodlust of the day, a woman named Gunhilda was killed. Gunhilda wasn't just any Danish noblewoman. She was the wife of Balig, a Danish jarl who served Ethelred. But more importantly, she was the sister of Svein Forkbeard, the king of Denmark. The sources tell us that Gunhilda met her death with a dignity that shamed her killers. She was forced to watch as her husband and her young son were executed before her eyes. When her turn came, she didn't beg. She simply stated, with the icy calm of a Norse princess, that her death would bring great sorrow to England. She was right. If Ethelred thought the massacre would decapitate the Danish threat, he was spectacularly wrong. Instead, he had just handed the Viking world a casus belli, a just cause for war. Until this point, the raids had been about money. Svein Forkbeard raided to pay his troops and secure his throne. It was business. But when the news reached Denmark, when Svein heard that his sister had been murdered, her body left in the English mud, her son killed in her arms, it became personal. The Code of the North was built on vengeance. If you kill a man's family, you don't pay a fine, you pay in blood. Ethelred had violated the most basic rules of conduct. He had killed guests. He had killed women. He had broken faith. Svein Forkbeard was not a man you wanted to annoy, let alone enrage. He was a ruthless, efficient operator who had revolted against his own father, Harald Bluetooth, to take the throne. He had a professionally trained army and a fleet of longships that were the best in Europe. When he heard the news of St. Brice's Day, legend says he swore a solemn oath over a bragging cup at a feast. He vowed to conquer England, not just to raid it, not just to extort it, to take it. He would take Ethelred's crown, his land, and his life. The massacre had completely changed the political landscape. Before 1002, many Anglo-Danes in the Danelaw might have stayed neutral, or even supported the English king against foreign raiders. After St. Brice's Day, Ethelred had proven he was their enemy. He had radicalized the very population he needed to keep quiet. Any Dane living in England now knew that their survival depended on a Danish victory. Ethelred had sown the wind, and now he was about to reap the whirlwind. The reaction was almost immediate. In 1003, The year after the massacre, Sweyn Forkbeard arrived. He didn't come to negotiate. He landed in Exeter, which was betrayed to him by a French reeve named Hugh, appointed by Queen Emma, another failure of Ethelred's strategy. Sweyn burned Exeter to the ground. Then he marched into Wiltshire. The local English army mustered to fight him, but their commander, Ealdorman Alfric, suddenly claimed to be sick and refused to lead them. The army dissolved. Sweyn sacked Wilton and Salisbury, then returned to his ships, loaded with loot. This became the pattern for the next decade. Sweyn would arrive, burn a region of England to the ground to punish Ethelred, and then leave or take payment. It was a slow, agonizing torture. He was systematically dismantling Ethelred's kingdom, shire by shire. And Ethelred, he was paralyzed. The massacre hadn't made him safer. It had made him the most hated man in the North Sea. His own nobles didn't trust him. Why would they? If he could order the slaughter of thousands of his own subjects, who was safe? Treachery became the norm. Every time a fleet appeared, an ealdorman would switch sides, or a commander would fall ill, or a fleet would sail in the wrong direction. The St. Brice's Day massacre is a classic example of how a weak leader tries to look strong and ends up destroying himself. Ethelred wanted to be like his grandfather Athelstan, the hammer of the Vikings. Instead, he acted like a frightened gangster. By trying to wipe out the Danes in a single day of bloodshed, Ethelred had ensured that the rest of his reign would be a nightmare of fire and sword. He had turned a predator into an avenger. Gunhilda's prophecy in the mud was coming true. The sorrow she predicted was rolling across the channel, carried on the painted sails of 1,000 warships. The unready king had made his move, and now the Forkbeard was coming to flip the board. The Battle of Maldon was a tactical defeat, but the strategic aftermath was catastrophic. The English government panicked. Archbishop Sigeric, who history calls the Serious, advised King Ethelred to do exactly what Byrhtnoth had refused to do: pay them. Ethelred agreed. In 991, for the first time in this new era, the Danegeld was collected on a national scale. 10,000 pounds of silver, a staggering fortune, was handed over to Olaf Tryggvason. The idea was that Olaf would take the money, promise to be nice, and go away. And he did go away, for a bit. But the problem with paying a blackmailer is that you just proved you have money. The Danegeld became a drug. The Vikings realized that England was essentially a soft target with a weak king and deep pockets. The raids intensified. In 994, Olaf returned, this time bringing a friend, Sweyn Forkbeard, the king of Denmark. Sweyn and Olaf sailed up the Thames with 94 ships and besieged London. The Londoners, tough as nails, fought them off. The Vikings, frustrated by the city walls, turned away and ravaged the southeast coast instead. They burned, looted, and terrorized the countryside until Ethelred paid them again. This time, the price was 16,000 pounds of silver. Ethelred was trapped in a doom loop. He would pay the Vikings to leave. They would use the money to recruit more men. They would come back. He would raise taxes to pay them again, which impoverished his own people and made them hate him. His court was a snake pit of treachery. Ealdorman, the regional governors, began to realize the king couldn't protect them. Some, like Edric Streona, a name that becomes synonymous with traitor in English history, started playing both sides. They would advise the king to hesitate, or they would fail to show up with their armies. or they would leak battle plans to the Danes. Ethelred tried everything. He hired Viking mercenaries to fight other Vikings. He tried to form alliances with the Dukes of Normandy across the Channel, even marrying the Duke's sister, Emma of Normandy, in 1002. This marriage was a desperate attempt to close the ports of Normandy to Viking fleets, but it would have consequences that Ethelred could never have imagined, planting the seed for a different invasion 60 years later. But nothing worked. The unready king was always one step behind. When he gathered the fleet, the winds were wrong. When he mustered the army, the harvest needed to be brought in. When he paid the money, a new fleet appeared on the horizon. By the turn of the millennium, the year 1000, the mood in England was apocalyptic. The homilies of Wulfstan, a fire and brimstone archbishop, tell us what the people were thinking. They believed the end of the world was coming. They believed God was punishing the English for their sins. They saw the Vikings not just as pirates, but as the scourge of God. And Ethelred, stressed, paranoid, and watching his kingdom burn, was about to snap. He had tried paying. He had tried fighting. Now, he was going to try something darker. He was going to try murder. As the 11th century dawned, the peaceable kingdom of Edgar was a distant memory. The fields were trampled, the abbeys were anxious, and the silver was flowing out of the country in rivers. The wolves were no longer just at the door. They were sitting at the table, demanding to be fed. And Ethelred was about to make a mistake that would turn a raid into a war of annihilation. The decade that followed the massacre of St. Brice's Day wasn't a war. It was an execution. It was a slow, deliberate strangulation of a kingdom that had lost its moral compass and its will to fight. If you were an English peasant living in the 1000s, you stopped looking at the calendar to tell the time of year. You just looked at the horizon. If there was smoke, it was raiding season. Sweyn Forkbeard didn't rush his vengeance. He was a cold, calculating operator who understood that revenge is a dish best served not just cold, but systematically. Between 1003 and 1012, he launched a series of campaigns that were designed to break the economic and psychological back of England. He would land, burn a few shires, collect a massive Danegeld payment, and leave. Then he would watch as Ethelred's government collapsed into infighting and bankruptcy, trying to pay the bill. The atmosphere in Ethelred's court was toxic. The unready king was surrounded by sycophants and traitors. The most notorious of these was Edric Striona, the ealdorman of Mercia. Edric is the villain of the 11th century, a man who seems to have made a career out of arriving late to battles, vomiting out bad advice, and murdering his rivals during peace talks. Yet, Ethelred kept trusting him, perhaps because Edric was the only one ruthless enough to keep the crumbling state running. In 1009, the misery deepened with the arrival of Thorkel the Tall. Thorkel was a Jomsviking, a member of a legendary, almost mythical brotherhood of professional warriors based in the Baltic. He brought a great army that ravaged England for 3 years. They were unstoppable. They marched across the country as if they were on a hiking tour, burning towns from the south coast to the Midlands. The nadir of this chaos came in 1012. Thorkel's men had captured the Archbishop of Canterbury, Aelfheah, or Alfege. They held him for ransom, demanding 3,000 pounds of silver. Aelfheah, a brave and stubborn old man, refused to let the poor people of his diocese pay for his life. He forbade anyone to pay the ransom. The Vikings didn't take this well. During a drunken feast in Greenwich, they dragged the archbishop into their hall. They pelted him with the bones of the oxen they had just eaten, heavy, greasy missiles that cracked ribs and bruised flesh. Finally, one of the Vikings, perhaps out of a twisted sense of mercy, struck him on the head with the back of an axe, killing him. The murder of an archbishop was too much, even for Thorkel the Tall. Disgusted by his own men's lack of discipline, or perhaps realizing that a dead archbishop is worth £0 of silver, Thorkel defected. He took 45 ships and offered his services to King Ethelred. So, in 1013, the board looked bizarre. Ethelred, the English king, was sitting in London, protected by Thorkel, a Viking warlord. Swine Forkbeard, watching from Denmark, realized the endgame had arrived. Thorkel's defection was a threat. Ethelred, with a Viking army, was dangerous. It was time to stop playing with your food. In the summer of 1013, Sweyn launched the full invasion. This wasn't a raid. There were no empty ships waiting to be filled with gold. The ships that landed at Sandwich were filled with cavalry, siege engines, and men who had packed for a long stay. Sweyn didn't bother ravaging Kent. He sailed north, right up the east coast to the Humber River, landing at Gainsborough. This was a strategic masterstroke. He was landing in the heart of the old Danelaw. He was landing among friends. The reaction of the north was immediate. Earl Uhtred of Northumbria, the most powerful man in the north, didn't even draw his sword. He rode to Gainsborough and submitted to Sweyn. The people of Lindsey submitted. The 5 boroughs submitted. Within 2 weeks, the entire northern half of England had essentially said, "We're with him." Sweyn didn't loot them. He provisioned his army, took hostages to ensure their loyalty, and demanded horses. Then, leaving his teenage son, Cnut, in charge of the fleet and the hostages, he marched south. He crossed Watling Street, that old invisible line Alfred had drawn. Now, he was in enemy territory. The Chronicle says he did the greatest evil that any army could do. He instructed his men to ravage the fields, burn the farms, and kill the men. He was demonstrating the cost of loyalty to Ethelred. He marched on Oxford, and the citizens, terrified by the stories of the north, opened their gates. He marched on Winchester, the ancient capital of Wessex, the city of Alfred, and they surrendered without a fight. It was a domino effect of fear. The English ealdormen looked at Ethelred, hiding in London, and then they looked at Sweyn, riding at the head of an invincible army, and they made the pragmatic choice. Finally, Sweyn turned toward London. This was the last stand. Inside the Roman walls huddled King Ethelred, Queen Emma, and their hired gun, Thorkel the Tall. The citizens of London, to their eternal credit, were the only ones who showed any backbone. When Sweyn tried to storm the city, the Londoners and Thorkel's Vikings fought him off. The Chronicle says that many of Sweyn's men drowned in the Thames because they were too eager to cross and didn't bother to find a bridge. Sweyn, proving he was a genius, didn't waste his men on a meat grinder siege. He knew that London was an island in a sea of surrender. If he took the rest of the country, London would fall like a ripe apple. He turned west to Bath. There, the Western Thanes, the nobles of Devon and the West Country, came to him and submitted. That was it. The checkmate. Northumbria was his. Mercia was his. Wessex was his. The only spot on the map that still said England was the walled city of London. When the news reached London that the West had fallen, The resolve of the citizens collapsed. They realized they were protecting a corpse. They opened negotiations with Sweyn. They didn't want to be sacked by an angry king who controlled the rest of the island. For Ethelred, this was the end of the line. The noble council had no counsel left. His kingdom had rejected him. His subjects preferred a foreign conqueror to his own inept rule. He sent his wife, Queen Emma, and their two young sons, Edward and Alfred, across the channel to her brother, the Duke of Normandy. Then he spent a miserable Christmas on the Isle of Wight, waiting for a favorable wind before sailing into exile himself. It is a pathetic image. The descendant of Alfred the Great, the heir of Athelstan and Edgar, sneaking out of his own kingdom on a boat, leaving the crown to the man who had burned his towns and killed his people. On Christmas Day, 1013, England had a new king. Sweyn Forkbeard was acknowledged as the undisputed ruler of the English. He was the first Viking to conquer the entire island. He had done what the Great Heathen Army had failed to do. He had done what Ivar the Boneless and Eric Bloodaxe could only dream of. He was King of Denmark, King of Norway, and now King of England. A North Sea empire was born, but history has a wicked sense of humor. Sweyn went to Gainsborough to celebrate his triumph. He began organizing his new kingdom, demanding a massive tax payment to pay off his fleet. He was at the height of his power, a middle-aged warlord who had crushed every enemy he ever faced. And then, on February 3rd, 1014, just 5 weeks after Ethelred fled, Sweyn dropped dead. The accounts of his death are murky. The Danish chronicles say he fell from his horse or died of an apoplexy, a stroke, in his bed. But the English monks, desperate for a miracle, invented a better story. They claimed that Sweyn was holding court, surrounded by his guards, when he suddenly saw an apparition. It was Saint Edmund, the martyr king of East Anglia, the man who had been shot full of arrows by Ivar the Boneless a century and a half earlier. The saint was armed with a spear. Sweyn screamed that he was being attacked, but no one else could see the ghost. The phantom Edmund rode up and drove his spear into Sweyn's stomach. The Viking king died in agony, screaming into the void. It's a ghost story, of course, but it tells you what the English wanted to believe. They wanted to believe that the land itself and its holy dead had rejected the usurper. The reality was chaotic. Sweyn died so suddenly he hadn't even been crowned. He left behind a vacuum. The Danish fleet in the Trent immediately swore loyalty to his son, Snut. But the English nobility, the Witan, saw a chance to hit the reset button. They didn't want another Viking, but they also didn't really want Ethelred back. They held a meeting and sent a message to Ethelred in Normandy. It is the first recorded constitutional contract in English history. They said they would invite him back to be king, only if he promised to rule them better than he had before. Ethelred agreed. He sailed back to England in the spring of 1014. Cnut, who was young and perhaps not yet ready for a full-scale war, was caught off guard. He fled to Denmark, but not before mutilating the hostages his father had taken, cutting off their hands, ears, and noses, and dumping them on the beach at Sandwich as a gruesome parting gift. So, Ethelred, the unready, was back. But the England he returned to was broken. The fields were burned, the treasury was empty, and the trust between king and people was shattered. And across the sea, young Cnut was nursing a grudge. He had been chased out of his father's kingdom, but he had the same blood as Sweyn. He wasn't done. The conquest of Sweyn Forkbeard had proved that England could be taken. The swift exit of Cnut proved that it could be lost. But the intermission was short. Cnut was gathering a new fleet, a fleet that would make the previous invasions look like practice runs. The old sick Ethelred and his fierce, unpredictable son, Edmund Ironside, were about to face the final test. The Viking sunset was over. The long night of the Danish occupation was just beginning. The year 1016 is one of those years in English history where the calendar seems to run out of days to hold all the events. It was a year of 5 battles, 2 kings, 1 massive treason, and a funeral that changed the world. It began with the return of Cnut. The young Viking prince, who had fled the previous year, came back with a fleet that the chroniclers describe with breathless awe. These weren't just longships. They were floating works of art, decorated with gold and silver, backed with the elite warriors of the north. Cnut wasn't coming to raid. He was coming to file a property claim. Poor old King Ethelred, the Unready, was dying in London. He spent his final months listening to the reports of Cnut burning his way through the Midlands, just as Sweyn had done. Ethelred died on St. George's Day, April 23rd, 1016. He was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. His reign, a tragedy of good intentions and bad timing, was finally over. But the English didn't surrender. Out of the wreckage of Ethelred's court stepped his son, Edmund. History calls him Edmund Ironside. He earned that name in the furious 7-month war that followed. If Ethelred was the unready, Edmund was the unstoppable. He was a warrior king in the mold of Alfred or Athelstan. He rallied the English. He broke the Viking sieges of London. He fought Cnut to a standstill in battle after battle. For a brief, hopeful summer, it looked like the House of Wessex was going to pull off a miracle. The climax came in October at the Battle of Ashington in Essex. It should have been an English victory. Edmund had the numbers, he had the momentum, but he also had Edric Streona. Edric, the treacherous ealdorman of Mercia, who had betrayed Ethelred a dozen times, had somehow wormed his way back into Edmund's favor. During the battle, just as the English were pushing the Danes back, Edric signaled a retreat. He pulled his troops out of the line, exposing the English flank. The result was a massacre. The flower of the English nobility was cut down. The chronicle lists the dead like a roll call of a lost generation. Ealdormen, bishops, thanes, all the nobility of the English race was there destroyed. The scribe wrote. Edmund Ironside survived, but his army was gone. He met Cnut on an island in the River Severn to negotiate. They agreed to split the kingdom. Edmund would hold Wessex, and Cnut would take the rest. It was a rewind to the days of Alfred and the Danelaw. But then, fate, or perhaps a Danish assassin, intervened. On November 30th, 1016, just weeks after the treaty, Edmund Ironside died suddenly. The rumors flew. Was he stabbed, poisoned, shot with an arrow while on the privy? We'll never know. But his death left the stage empty. Cnut was now the sole king of all England. And this is where the surprise happens. Everyone expected a bloodbath. They expected Cnut to behave like a conqueror, to loot the country, enslave the people, and rule with an iron fist. Instead, Cnut did something remarkable. He decided to become an Englishman. His first move was to clean house. He executed the traitors, even the ones who had helped him. He summoned Edric Streona, the man whose betrayal had won him the crown. Edric thought he was going to be rewarded. Instead, Cnut reportedly said, I will pay you what you are owed, and had his head cut off. He ordered the body thrown over the city walls of London. It was a brutal signal. I might use traitors, but I don't trust them. Then, Cnut disbanded his massive invasion fleet. He paid them off with a colossal tax of £82,500 of silver, the last and biggest Danegeld, and sent them home. It was a huge gamble. He was stripping himself of his occupation force. He was telling the English, I am not an occupier. I am your king. I live here now. To seal the deal, he made a marriage alliance that is pure soap opera. He married Emma of Normandy. Yes, that Emma. The widow of Ethelred, the woman who had been Queen of England for nearly 2 decades. She was roughly 10 years older than Nut. Why would she marry the man who had conquered her husband's kingdom and driven her children into exile? And why would Cnut marry the symbol of the old regime? For Cnut, it was legitimacy. By marrying the queen, he was grafting himself onto the English royal tree. For Emma, it was survival and power. She was a formidable politician. She likely realized that her sons by Ethelred, Edward, and Alfred were safe in Normandy. But if she wanted to remain a player in the game, she needed to be on the throne, not in a convent. Together, Cnut and Emma became a power couple of the 11th century. Under their rule, England entered a period of prosperity that it hadn't seen since the days of Edgar the Peaceable. The raids stopped. Why raid England when the king of the raiders is sitting on the throne in Winchester? Cnut controlled the North Sea. He was the poacher turned gamekeeper. In 1018, Cnut's brother died, and he succeeded to the throne of Denmark. In 1028, he conquered Norway. He was also overlord of parts of Sweden and the Scottish Isles. Historians call this the North Sea Empire. For a brief flicker in time, England was the center of a maritime superpower that stretched from the Arctic Circle to the English Channel. And make no mistake, England was the jewel in the crown. It was the richest, most administrative, and most civilized part of the empire. Cnut didn't run his empire from Denmark. He ran it from Winchester. He became obsessively Christian. This was the rebranding of the Viking image. He visited shrines. He endowed monasteries. He even traveled to the site of the Battle of Ashington and built a church to pray for the souls of the men he had killed. It was a public apology, a way of knitting the two sides together. The most famous story about Cnut is, of course, the story of the waves. We all know the cartoon version. The arrogant king sitting in his chair on the beach, commanding the tide to stop, getting his feet wet and looking like a fool. But that is the exact opposite of what the original story says. The story, recorded by Henry of Huntingdon, tells us that Cnut was tired of his sycophantic courtiers telling him he was all-powerful. They told him he was lord of the land and the sea. So, he had his chair placed by the water's edge as the tide was coming in. He commanded the ocean to halt, knowing full well it wouldn't. When the water washed over his feet, he turned to his courtiers and said, "Let all men know how empty and worthless is the power of kings, for there is none worthy of the name, but he whom heaven, earth, and sea obey by eternal laws." He then took the golden crown off his head and placed it on a crucifix, never wearing it again. It wasn't an act of arrogance. It was an act of piety. It was a demonstration that even the Emperor of the North was just a man subject to the laws of God and nature. It shows a man who had grown from a mutilator of hostages into a philosopher king. Cnut's international prestige peaked in 1027 when he traveled to Rome for the coronation of the Holy Roman Emperor Conrad II. Imagine the scene. The Viking king walking alongside the emperor and the pope. He wrote a letter back to the English people from Rome, which sounds like a heartfelt email from a traveling dad. He told them he had negotiated lower tolls for English pilgrims and merchants. He promised to administer just laws and forbade his sheriffs from extorting money. "I have vowed to God to lead a right life in all things," he wrote, "and to rule my kingdoms and people justly and piously." For 20 years, England was safe. The laws were upheld. The trade routes were open. The Anglo-Danes and the Anglo-Saxons finally merged into a single people. If you lived in London or York in 1030, you wouldn't care if your neighbor's grandfather came on a longship or a farm cart. You were all subjects of King Cnut. But empires built on personality are fragile. The North Sea Empire was held together by Cnut's personal fleet and his personal charisma. It had no deep institutional roots. Denmark and England were very different places, held together only by the fact that the same guy wore both hats. Cnut died on November 12th, 1035, at Shaftesbury. He was roughly 40 years old. He was buried in the Old Minster at Winchester, the traditional resting place of the West Saxon kings. His bones are still there, mixed up in a mortuary chest with the likes of Egbert and Ethelwulf. He left behind a paradox. He was a Viking conqueror who became the model English king. He was a foreigner who defended the land better than the natives had. He proved that the Viking threat wasn't existential. It could be absorbed. But he also left behind a messy succession. He had children by 2 women. His first handfast wife, Elfgifu of Northampton, and his queen Emma. As Cnut's body grew cold in Winchester, the rival mothers began to position their sons for the throne. The stability of the last 2 decades evaporated instantly. The North Sea Empire began to dissolve the moment Cnut died. Norway broke away immediately. Denmark and England were about to be pulled into a tug-of-war between half-brothers who hated each other. And in the shadows, waiting in exile in Normandy, were the sons of Ethelred, Edward, and Alfred. They had grown up speaking French, drinking wine, and listening to stories about their stolen birthright. They had been waiting for 20 years. Cnut had held the door shut against the chaos, but he forgot to lock it behind him. The Emperor of the North was gone, and the scramble for his crown was about to tear the English Channel apart. The Vikings had their turn at ruling. Now, the ghosts of the House of Wessex were coming home, and they were bringing their Norman friends with them. If you thought the politics of the Viking Age were complicated when people were swinging axes at each other, welcome to the mid-11th century, where they started swinging lawsuits, marriage contracts, and whispered accusations. The era of Cnut the Great ended not with a bang, but with a messy, drunken stumble that left the door wide open for the ghosts of the past to walk back in. After Cnut died in 1035, his empire didn't just crumble, it dissolved into a family feud that would have embarrassed a reality TV show. He left 2 sons by 2 different mothers, and they spent the next 7 years playing a deadly game of musical chairs with the throne. First came Harold Harefoot, Cnut's son, by his English wife, who ruled for a few years, mostly notable for stealing the archbishop's clothes and refusing to go to church. Then came Harthacnut, the legitimate son by Queen Emma, who arrived from Denmark with a massive fleet, dug up Harold's body, and threw it into a fen. Harthacnut was a brutal, heavy-drinking autocrat who taxed the country into the ground. But his most significant contribution to history was dying at a wedding feast in Lambeth in 1042. He stood up to drink a toast, collapsed in a heap, likely from a stroke brought on by excessive alcohol consumption, and never got up, with the Danish line effectively extinguishing itself through biology and bad lifestyle choices. The English nobility looked around the room and realized they had run out of Vikings. So they looked across the channel to Normandy. Waiting there, like a dusty heirloom kept in the attic, was Edward. Edward, later known as the Confessor, was the son of the ill-fated Ethelred the Unready. He had been living in exile in Normandy for nearly 30 years. He was in his 40s, a middle-aged bachelor who spoke French better than English, preferred the company of monks to warriors, and had spent his entire adult life watching the Normans build castles and cathedrals. When he returned to England in 1042 to take the crown, he must have looked like an alien to his new subjects. The Vikings were loud, bearded, and wore trousers. Edward was pale, clean-shaven, and draped in long, pious robes. He was a man out of time, a relic of the House of Wessex, dropped into a kingdom that had become thoroughly Anglo-Danish. But Edward wasn't really in charge. The man who handed him the crown, the man who actually ran England, was Earl Godwin. Godwin is the ultimate survivor of the 11th century. His origins are murky. Some legends say he was the son of a cowherd, others that he was a minor noble. But during the reign of Cnut, he had risen through the ranks by being ruthlessly competent. He was the Earl of Wessex, the richest man in the kingdom, and the head of a family so large and ambitious, they make the Kennedys look like amateurs. The dynamic between King Edward and Earl Godwin was toxic from day one. It was built on a foundation of blood. Years earlier, Edward's younger brother, Alfred, had come to England to try and claim the throne. He was captured, blinded, and killed. Godwin had been the one to arrest him. Edward never forgave Godwin for his brother's death, but he needed Godwin's money and army to hold the throne. It was a cold war in the royal court. Godwin surrounded the king. He forced Edward to marry his daughter, Edith. It was a humiliating power play. Godwin became the king's father-in-law. The marriage was notoriously childless. Edward, claiming a vow of celibacy, or perhaps just loathing the idea of breeding with a Godwin, refused to consummate the marriage. He was passively extinguishing his own dynasty despite his overbearing advisor. While Godwin managed the state, Edward imported his friends. This is a crucial shift. Edward brought Normans to court. He appointed a Norman, Robert of Jumièges, as Archbishop of Canterbury. He gave lands to Norman knights. He started building Westminster Abbey in the new Romanesque style he had seen in Rouen. For the first time, the English court started to sound French, and Godwin, the champion of the English, which now ironically included the Anglo-Danes, hated it. The tension snapped in 1051. A visiting Norman count, Eustace of Boulogne, Edward's brother-in-law, got into a brawl with the townsfolk of Dover. Several people were killed. King Edward, furiously taking the side of his French relatives, ordered Godwin to go to Dover and punish the town, essentially to burn it. Godwin refused. He said he wouldn't persecute Englishmen for defending themselves against foreign arrogance. It was open rebellion. Edward, showing a rare flash of his father's temper, summoned the armies of the north. The Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, jealous of Godwin's power, sided with the king. Godwin found himself outmaneuvered. He and his family, including his sons Harold, Tostig, Gurth, and Leofwine, were forced to flee into exile. King Edward, enjoying his moment of freedom, promptly sent his wife Edith, Godwin's daughter, to a nunnery and confiscated her jewelry. For a year, Edward ruled alone. It was during this year, 1051-1052, that a young duke from Normandy named William supposedly visited England. Norman chroniclers later claimed that during this visit, the childless Edward promised William the throne. Did it happen? We don't know, but William certainly thought it did. However, Godwin wasn't done. In 1052, he returned, and he didn't come alone. He came with a fleet, sailing up the Thames, just like the Vikings used to do. But this time, the English didn't fight him. The sailors and the citizens of London cheered him. They preferred the English earl to the Frenchified king. Edward's support collapsed. He was forced to reinstate Godwin, take back his wife Edith, and expel his Norman friends. The Archbishop, Robert of Jumièges, fled the country so fast he left his favorite pallium, religious cloak, behind. The House of Godwin had won. They were the masters of England. But the old earl didn't have long to enjoy his victory. In 1053, at a royal Easter feast in Winchester, the end came. It's a scene that feels scripted by Shakespeare. Godwin was dining with the king. The conversation turned awkwardly to the death of Edward's brother Alfred all those years ago. Legend says Godwin took a piece of bread and declared, "May this crust choke me if I had any part in your brother's death." He put the bread in his mouth, gasped, turned purple, and collapsed. He died a few days later. It was seen as divine judgment. But politically, it just passed the baton to the next generation. Godwin was succeeded by his son, Harold Godwinson. If Godwin was the shrewd political operator, Harold was the golden boy. He was tall, incredibly strong, and charismatic. He was described as a second Cnut, a man who could handle a sword and a courtroom with equal skill. For the last 13 years of Edward's reign, from 1053 to 1066, Harold Godwinson was the sub-regulus, the under-king. Edward the Confessor drifted into a pious retirement. He spent his days hunting and obsessing over the construction of Westminster Abbey. He became a holy figure, touching people to cure scrofula, the king's evil. He was building his way to heaven, ignoring the hell that was brewing on earth. Harold, meanwhile, was running the country. He fought wars in Wales, crushing the Welsh princes with a brutal efficiency that proved he was a top-tier general. He navigated the complex politics of the earldoms. He was rich, powerful, and essentially acting as the CEO of England Inc. But there was a problem, a massive, glaring, dynastic problem. Edward had no children. The House of Wessex was dying with him, and the question of who comes next was becoming the obsession of every court in Europe. Harold Godwinson clearly wanted the job. He was the man on the ground. He had the army. He had the experience. But he wasn't royal. He had no drop of the blood of Cerdic or Alfred in his veins. In the strict rules of medieval legitimacy, he was just a glorified civil servant. Across the North Sea, the King of Norway, Harald Hardrada, was looking at old treaties and deciding that he had a claim based on the old Viking agreements of Harthacnut's day. And across the Channel, Duke William of Normandy was looking at the promise Edward had supposedly made him in 1051. He was also looking at a curious incident that happened around 1064. The story goes that Harold Godwinson on a diplomatic mission, was shipwrecked in France and captured. Duke William rescued him, but the price of rescue was an oath. The Bayeux Tapestry shows Harold standing between two reliquaries, swearing an oath to support William's claim to the English throne. Did Harold mean it? Probably not. An oath sworn under duress is usually considered void. He probably just said whatever he needed to say to get out of Normandy alive. But to William, it was a binding contract sealed by God. Harold had sworn. If he broke that oath, he wouldn't just be a usurper, he would be a perjurer. As the year 1065 drew to a close, the atmosphere in England was heavy with foreboding. Halley's comet appeared in the sky, a hairy star that blazed with a terrifying light. To the medieval mind, comets were bad news. They meant the death of kings and the fall of nations. In the north, Harold's own brother, Tostig, had been expelled by the Northumbrians for being a tyrant. Tostig fled, swearing vengeance against Harold for not supporting him. So, now Harold had a brother who hated him, just waiting to find an army to lead back to England. King Edward the Confessor was fading fast. He lay in his palace at Westminster, listening to the chants of the monks in his new abbey next door. He had spent 24 years sitting on a throne he never really wanted, holding together a kingdom that was trying to tear itself apart. On January 5th, 1066, Edward died. In his final moments, the sources say he drifted out of a coma and pointed to Harold Godwinson, entrusting the kingdom to his protection. It was a deathbed bequest, a final desperate attempt to hand the keys to the only man who could drive the car. But deathbed whispers are a shaky legal foundation. The moment Edward's heart stopped, the fuse was lit. The House of Wessex was extinct. The chair was empty, and three of the most dangerous men in the Western world, Harold Godwinson, Harold Hardrada, and William of Normandy, were already reaching for their swords. The Confessor was dead. The time for praying was over. The year 1066 had begun, and the Vikings, who had shaped England for nearly 3 centuries, were about to make one final, thunderous appearance on the stage before the curtain fell. The year 1066 is usually remembered for a single battle in October, fought on a hill in Sussex. But the real finale of the Viking Age, the moment where the curtain truly fell on 3 centuries of North Sea dominance, happened 3 weeks earlier, on a sunny Monday in Yorkshire. January 1066 began with a coronation. Harold Godwinson wasted no time. The day after Edward the Confessor was buried, Harold was crowned King of England in the new Westminster Abbey. It was a rush job. There was no time for the pomp of Edgar's day. Harold knew the clock was ticking. He spent the spring and summer on the south coast, staring at the Channel, waiting for William of Normandy to invade. But the wind was blowing from the north. In September, while Harold was watching the south, a massive fleet appeared off the coast of Northumbria. It wasn't William. It was Harold Hardrada. Hardrada, Hard Ruler, was the last of the true Viking heroes. He was a giant of a man, reportedly nearly 7 feet tall, with a resume that read like an adventure novel. He had been a commander of the Varangian Guard in Constantinople, fighting for the Byzantine Emperor. He had battled Saracens in Sicily, blinded an emperor in Greece, and escaped a dungeon by breaking out through the sewer. He had returned to Norway with a mountain of gold and seized the throne. Now, he wanted England. He wasn't alone. Beside him stood Tostig Godwinson, King Harold's exiled brother. Tostig had sold his soul to the Vikings for a chance to destroy his sibling. Together, They sailed up the River Ouse with 300 longships. It was the Great Heathen Army all over again. On September 20th, at the Battle of Fulford, the Northern Earls, Edwin and Morcar, tried to stop them. It was a disaster. Hardrada's veterans chewed through the English levies. York, the old Viking capital, surrendered. The city agreed to give hostages and provisions. Hardrada was feeling confident. He didn't occupy the city. He decided to wait at a logistical hub a few miles to the east, a place where the roads converged at a river crossing, a place called Stamford Bridge. Meanwhile, King Harold Godwinson was 185 miles away in London. When he heard the news that the Vikings had landed, he did something physically impossible. He mustered his housecarls, his elite troops, and marched north. They covered the distance in 4 days. Let that sink in. An entire army, in mail armor, carrying shields and axes, marching nearly 50 miles a day on muddy Roman roads. It is one of the greatest feats of logistics and endurance in military history. They marched so fast that no news outran them. Hardrada had no idea they were coming. On the morning of September 25th, the weather was unseasonably hot. The Vikings at Stamford Bridge were relaxed. They had won the war, so they thought. They were expecting hostages from York, not an army. Because of the heat, many of them had left their heavy mailcoats back at the ships, miles away. They were lounging on the grassy banks of the River Derwent, likely swimming or sleeping. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared on the western ridge. At first, Hardrada thought it was the York nobles coming to submit. But the dust cloud glittered. It was the sun reflecting off thousands of spear points. The saga says Hardrada asked Tostig, "What army is this?" Tostig, realizing the game was up, recognized the banners of his brother. King Harold Godwinson rode out alone to parley before the battle joined. He saw his brother Tostig standing with the giant Norse king. He offered Tostig his earldom back if he would switch sides. Tostig asked, "And what will you give my friend King Harold of Norway?" Harold Godwinson looked at the 7-foot Viking and delivered the most famous burn in medieval history. "I will give him 7 feet of English ground for a grave, or perhaps a little more, seeing as he is taller than most men." The negotiation ended. The Battle of Stamford Bridge began. The English army came crashing down the hill. The Vikings were caught completely off guard. Their army was split in two by the river. The Vikings on the west bank were slaughtered immediately, pushed back toward the narrow wooden bridge that was the only way to join their comrades on the east side. This is where we find the most cinematic moment of the battle, the story of the lone berserker. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a single giant Viking warrior held the bridge. He stood at the choke point, swinging a massive Dane axe. He held up the entire English army. He killed 40 men. Arrows bounced off his shield. Spears couldn't reach him. He was a one-man roadblock, buying time for Hardrada to form a shield wall on the other side. The English couldn't get past him. Finally, an English soldier had a bright idea. He found a swill tub, half a barrel, used it as a boat to float under the bridge, and thrust his long spear up through the gaps in the planks. The spear struck the berserker in the groin, the only place unarmored by mail. The giant fell. The bottleneck was cleared, and the English army poured across the river like a flood. On the east bank, the real slaughter began. Hardrada had formed his men into a defensive triangle, but they were unarmored. They were fighting berserk, fighting with pure adrenaline and rage to compensate for their lack of protection. The English housecarls, fully armored and fresh from their victory on the west bank, hammered into them. Harold Hardrada, the thunderbolt of the north, fought like a demon. The sagas say he went into a battle frenzy, hacking with both hands, cutting down men as if they were straw. But the technology of war had moved on. An arrow, a random, lucky shot, struck him in the throat. The last Viking fell. With their king dead, the battle paused. Harold Godwinson again offered mercy to his brother Tostig. Surrender now, and you can live. Tostig refused. The Vikings refused. They shouted that they would rather die one upon the other than yield to the Saxons. The shield wall tightened. The killing resumed. By late afternoon, Tostig was dead. The reinforcements from the ships arrived, fully armored, but they were exhausted from running miles in heavy gear. They threw themselves into the fight, a phase known as Ori's Storm. But it was too late. The Viking army was annihilated. The scale of the death is hard to comprehend. When Hardrada arrived, he brought 300 ships. When the survivors were allowed to leave a few days later, after swearing oaths never to return, they needed only 24 ships to carry them home. The fields around Stamford Bridge were white with bones for 50 years. This was the end. It wasn't a gradual fading away. It was a sudden, violent stop. The Viking Age in England ended on September 25th, 1066. The wolves had been hunted down and killed by the sheep. Harold Godwinson had achieved the ultimate victory. He had crushed the greatest warrior of the age and secured the north. King Harold sat in York that night, celebrating. He was battered, exhausted, but triumphant. He had saved his kingdom. The North Sea threat was gone forever. But 3 days later, on September 28th, a messenger burst into the hall in York. He was covered in mud, breathless from riding north. He brought news from the south coast. While Harold was fighting at Stamford Bridge, the wind had changed. William of Normandy had landed at Pevensey. It is the cruelest twist in English history. Harold had done everything right. He had defeated the monster of the north. But in doing so, he had left the back door open. His army was battered. His best men were dead or wounded. And now he had to march all the way back south, another 185 miles, to fight a fresh, modern army of knights and archers. We know what happened next. Hastings, the arrow in the eye, the end of the Anglo-Saxon state. But Stamford Bridge matters because it closes the book on our story. The narrative that began with the shock of Lindisfarne, that wove through the marshes with Alfred, that built the burhs with Edward and Ethelflaed, that suffered under the unready king and prospered under Cnut. It all ended here. The Vikings were no longer the shapers of England. They were just another failed invasion. When William the Conqueror took the throne, he didn't look north. He looked south to France. England ceased to be a Scandinavian-facing country and became a continental one. The language changed. The culture changed. The longships rotted in the fjords, and the great halls of the earls were replaced by the stone castles of the barons. Yet, if you scratch the surface of England today, the Vikings are still there. They are in the place names, the bys and the thorps. They are in the language, the skies and the windows and the eggs. They are in the DNA of the people of Yorkshire and Norfolk. They are in the stubborn independence of the North. The Chronicles of Viking England are a story of fire, blood, and gold. but they are also a story of resilience. The English survived the fire. They absorbed the blood. They spent the gold. And in the end, they forged a nation that was neither wholly Saxon nor wholly Dane, but something stronger than both. The sun sets on the battlefield of Stamford Bridge. The ravens, the birds of Odin, circle the feast of corpses one last time. The age of heroes is over. The age of knights is beginning. And so, we leave them there, in the twilight of 1066. The longships are sailing home, never to return in force. The story is done. I'm glad you stuck with me through this whole saga. It's been a long journey from the beaches of Lindisfarne to the bridge in Yorkshire. I hope these stories gave you some peace, some perspective, and maybe a little appreciation for how quiet our nights are compared to theirs. If you're heading to sleep now, let the noise of the modern world fade away like the Viking fleet over the horizon. Rest well. Good night.